happy Monday, everybody. Good to see you. Good to be seen wherever you are, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day. Fuck, you know? That's how I feel. I think you guys might feel that way too. Thanks. You said you're joining on Twitch today. TikTok sucks now. I don't know how much longer we'll be there. We'll see. It doesn't. I would prefer if everybody migrated, if they could. If you're on the dance app and you want to be on a more serious app, might I recommend Twitch, where the best chat in the world resides. I think the best viewer experience resides, and you can clip stuff. You can build a community over there. There we go. If TikTok will probably go down today, we'll probably at some point get in trouble. So it's usually what happens. I don't have YouTube chat loading in weirdly. Let's see if I can get that to load in. Hey, Jen.
Did you know I got a live ban on TikTok this weekend for nudity?
What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I played the video.
Finally, Jen gave the Discord what they were asking for. Finally, they've been trying.
Finally, yeah. So, yeah, I caught a nudity ban. It went through. My appeal went through, but I was showing the unaliving that happened on a video, and I caught a nudity ban, which is.
Well, were you wearing clothes when you did that?
I was 100% dressed. It's cold here right now, so it's like hoodies and.
It's cold here this morning, actually. I didn't realize it. I kind of feel bad. Somebody messaged me yesterday asking if we got hit by the weather, and I sent them a picture of it was like 60. It's 45 degrees here. We're going to have a high of 67 today. Slightly cloudy.
Yeah, it's been chilly here for me anyway. I mean, for California, it's chilly. So.
Well, sorry about that.
It's back, but it's ironic that I got a nudity ban for what was actually being shown.
It's devastating for the chat who feels like they missed that. Johnny said, "Let's go Patriots." Congratulations to the Patriots and the Seahawks. Jesus Christ, who saw that coming? Who saw Drake May versus Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl coming? We all did. Everybody.
You also missed Amy's, where she said, "Just call me Sweet Cheeks," which I don't recommend. So.
I congratulate. Is it Amy that's the Seahawks fan?
Yeah.
It is? All right. Well, congratulations.
We still have, I think, 13 Seacucks in Discord.
13?
Or 11. We have 11. I think originally it was 13. But.
Did 2 people quit?
No, I think they figured out how to change their name back.
Oh. So they're still Seacucks. They just aren't listed as such.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, congratulations, everybody. Terrific. So happy for the Seahawks. I'm not bitter at all about any of this. I'm gonna wind up rooting for the Patriots. What the fuck? That's where we're at. What about you, Jen?
100% Patriots. Sully and I are on the same team right now. So
there you go. That's not a bad team to be on. Somebody said "cuck" is now a flagged word on TikTok. Is that true? Do we know that?
I'm sorry. There's so many things that people think are flagged words on TikTok that aren't. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. So
that's true. I think it's done like a weird. It's like I think when people go back and look through these videos in history, they're going to be alarmed at how many people said "unalived." I think that's one of the weird ones. Yeah, and
I think there's a couple.
And yeah,
there's a couple. Like there's one creator in particular who thinks that any word you say is going to get you flagged, which. Not true.
They might be right. I get flagged every day, so could be.
But it's not the same. Like I think if you're screaming, I think it's more the AI. If you're screaming and yelling, and certain words can get you. I think it's more the volume more than anything.
Just say it nicely. You can say all those things if you say them nicely.
I think so.
That makes sense. So. All right. Well, anything else you want to tell the people?
Just reminding everybody about our gift goal. So if you guys could help us out, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, help knock that out before the end of the show. I mean, we've got people are slowly rolling into YouTube. So if you guys disagree with RTP, you can come up and have a conversation. Add me on Discord. Discord is free. The username is the same as the Venmo. You don't have to send a Venmo. Jen with 2 N's, Deb with 2 B's, number 1. How do cannibals celebrate their birthdays?
How do they celebrate their birthdays?
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be something with cake. I don't know.
With coffee and a piece of Jake.
Ew. That's gross. Okay, thank you. What did I see here? I saw something I wanted to respond to, and I can't remember. Something going on with fleshlights in the chat. I don't know what's going on over on Twitch, but I guess that's why Twitch is the best chat. That's what it was. Jeremy said, how about that Gaethje versus Pimblett fight? That was an incredible fight. That was unbelievable. That was one of the best fights I've ever seen in my life. The thing I like about Gaethje is how Gaethje is somehow a world-class athlete and also looks like he's drunk and falling down all the time. If any of you guys watch fights, there was a great one this weekend. Paddy Pimblett lost to Justin Gaethje in a unanimous decision, but great fight. If you don't like fights, sorry for bringing up fights. My 2 friends asked me, like my 2 best friends from high school, they're like, does your audience know that you watch UFC? Do they hate you for that? And I said, I think they know. I don't know if they hate me for it or not, though. I haven't figured that one out. As we run towards the White House card, that's going to be so bizarre. I saw somebody talking about it the other day that I guess the White House lawn where they're going to have it is like sloped. So they have to figure out how to make a platform and elevate it. And only like 4,500 people can be in there. It feels like they're setting themselves up for an absolute nightmare. I watch UFC even though I hate the org. I'm with you, Michelle. Like, it sucks, right? Like, I don't like Dana White. Dana White the other day, I saw in an interview, they asked him about like getting ready for the White House event. And he's like, I've been at the White House a million times. Like, nobody even bothers me. I can basically go wherever I want in the White House. And I was like, Jesus Christ, that sucks. That's not good. Sean's like the fan base is entirely MAGA. Sean Strickland drives me nuts, but I've always been a fan of fighting. There's something about 2 people hating each other and then being able to punch themselves in the face. I think that's might be toxic masculinity. It's not something I like to do, but I like to watch other people who don't like each other punch each other in the face. So whatever we want to call that, maybe I need more therapy. Not sure. I watched until Trump got involved. F Dana. Yeah, I get that. I'm running out of stuff. It's hard, man. It's hard to take these. I think you guys probably feel this. It's really hard right now to distract yourself. Sometimes you feel guilty even taking some time off to watch something else. It's hard to sit down and watch football. It's hard to sit down and watch sports. It's hard not to be entirely encompassed with this. Like, I had my daughter all weekend, and it was I at one point I took my phone, I turned it off, and I threw it into she is an absolute disaster. She's a mess with her room. We clean it one day. It's a tornado comes through the next day. I turned off my phone and threw it into a pile of her stuffed animals just so it wasn't easily accessible. So I don't know. It's a hard decision sometimes to figure out, to even balance that. Am I getting to the point now where I'm so focused on this that I can't be present for my family or friends? Like, am I doing anything with this, or am I just letting it eat me alive? I mean, look, we're all here. I'm talking about this today. You're here watching it today. I don't know how much is, I guess not how much is too much, but how do you even balance that stuff? Yeah, Drew. So you feel bad almost, right? It's a real shitty thing. I had a conversation with a friend yesterday who just I've seen a ton of people this weekend start talking about ICE, which I'm thrilled about. People content creators all over the place that don't normally talk about this, comedians coming out and talking about this. I didn't even have this on the outline, but I think I posted this. Let me see if I posted it. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, you guys have probably seen this guy. His Instagram is Grill Guy. I had to screenshot it because it doesn't look like he has Twitter. But I thought this was brilliant. You may have seen him. I think he's funny. He does a lot of I don't know if impressions, like scenario stuff. But I'm seeing people all over the world, all over the country that you never see talk about politics, talking about this, because it's not politics. It's literally just like, we don't want to be Nazi Germany. So I appreciate that. And at the same time, maybe this is what we need. Maybe we need some of these people to step in that normally distract us and bring their brand of comedy in to talk about really touchy situations like this.
Top 3 things I said that lost me followers and what I learned from it. What's up, guys? My name's Kevin, and I lost followers. Here's
Shit, you guys can't see the screen. I forgot. Fuck. Every day. I thought I had it this time. There we go.
Top 3 things I said that lost me followers and what I learned from it. What's up, guys? My name's Kevin, and I lost followers. Here's what I said and what I learned from it. Number 3, I one time accidentally said that 2 grown adults who are in love should be able to marry each other. Turns out that's indoctrinating our children. My bad, guys. Thanks for teaching me that. Number 2, I one time said that maybe we should do something about all the poor children that are being murdered in our school systems and religious places. Maybe we should follow what other countries are doing who don't have that issue. Turns out I'm just a soy boy liberal cuck. I should stick to funny videos because I don't know what I'm talking about. My bad, guys. Thanks so much for sticking it with me. By the way, if you like content like this, shoot that like, subscribe, follow along for more crazy content. And the number 1 reason why I lost followers, what I learned from it, one time I accidentally yesterday said that maybe there shouldn't be a mass police force tearing our city, and if they do, maybe they shouldn't be able to murder citizens in cold blood just because other people are being annoying to their job. Turns out if you just don't do anything wrong and follow exactly what everyone says no matter what, you won't die. Duh, should have known that. This is America after all. Anyway, thanks so much for sticking with me. Hope you like, hope you subscribe.
Yeah. That's it. It was good. The cadence is perfect, first of all. But I've seen a ton of that. I've seen so many people responding like, I like when you used to not do political commentary. Because that's where we're at now. This affects everybody. I'm gobsmacked. Is that a real word? Gobsmacked, whichever one it is. I don't know. The people that are still just like living their life or just like still playing politics. I hopped into a disgusting live the other day. I'll say this publicly. Lou, you guys that are on TikTok, you know who Lou is. Lou is the dumbest fucking person I've ever encountered on TikTok. And I mean that legitimately. Like, he's actually the dumbest fucking person I've ever talked to. And I stumbled into a live. I think maybe Z-Pack was in there. And just the amount of like, I don't even know how, it just feels evil. I don't even know how to explain what I was watching there, but somebody was just talking about how awful it made them feel that our government was killing people, and they were being mocked. Like, the people on the panel were laughing at them. We're like, fuck around and find out. And I couldn't believe what I was watching. That's the type of shit that you see in movies about Nazis, ironically, and you're like, man, those people were evil, but I'm glad the world isn't like that anymore. And we're finding out just how quickly people can be incredibly evil. I don't understand how anybody's watching any of this shit and going, yeah, this is the one. If you voted for this, if you're even saying I voted for this, you're lying. We all know that you're lying. They never said that they were going to do this. You didn't vote for this. It's just your way of trolling now. But I'm not even going to address that anymore. I think it's a silly thing to say. Nobody said that we were just going to go out. Because if we had, if in October I would have pulled up Larry, for example, and I'm like, Larry, the reason I'm not voting for Trump is because he's going to put Gestapo in the streets. And when people are recording the Gestapo, they're going to be assaulted. They're going to be maced. A couple people are going to be shot dead right in the streets. You're going to have entire cities in chaos with masked men assaulting U.S. citizens, immigrants, people who have legal status here. And Larry would have been like, no, dude, that's hyperbolic. You're always fear-mongering. This is why you guys are going to lose, because you call us Nazis. And then when you're Nazis, you're like, yeah, that's right. This is what we voted for. And I don't think any of that stuff is true. I think it's posturing by people who would rather just follow what Donald Trump's doing, rather just follow fascism than admit that they were wrong. The amount of stuff that you guys have been wrong about now, every time a story comes out and we react to it and you say, oh, you guys are overreacting, wait till the facts come out. Then the facts come out and we were right. And you're like, this is what I voted for. I don't really know what to do with most of you. I don't know what to do with the government. But I do know that the people around me, which are almost exclusively Republican, They're not like the chat. I don't know if you guys are feeling the same way with your family members that might be Republican. Doesn't feel like this in reality. The online reality of dealing with Republicans seems so much worse than the people I deal with every day. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but let's see. I think Harry Enton, who has his pulse on polling, says that perhaps we're right about this. Perhaps that the people that show up and argue in our chat every day aren't representative of MAGA or the Republicans or of America as a whole.
Tom Homan in because ICE, DHS, Kristi Noem have been a political disaster because just take a look here. I mean, ICE's net approval rating during Trump's term. You go back to term number one. Look, it's pretty even at 0 points. You go to June 2025, right? That was when all that stuff was going on in Los Angeles. They dropped down. Look at this, minus 17 points, way in the basement. But then after Minneapolis, it's even lower, minus 27 points on the net approval rating of ICE. Of course, this all being done under Kristi Noem. So, no, what's going on in Minneapolis is not popular at all. What's been going on during this second term under ICE, under the Trump administration, under Kristi Noem, has very much not been popular, and it's only been getting more and more unpopular.
What about DHS kind of more broadly?
Yeah, okay, so, we're going to start down low. We'll start with ICE, and then we'll raise it to DHS.
Also, Sophia said, been seeing a lot of actors, actresses, influencers, and they normally have never talked about politics, and they were shouting all yesterday. Illusion said, I read that those who survived previous authoritarian regimes were able to continue mundane daily routines. Technology has immersed us. It's tough. Yeah, like that's a double-edged sword there, Illusion, right? I think about that. You think about the Diary of Anne Frank, and looking back in hindsight, it's like, man, we're really grateful that she wrote this and that we could learn the lessons. But you can see it in real time now. I think that perhaps this is a blessing that we can see it in real time. That it's really, really hard for people to ignore this. It's really, really hard to watch that assassination this last weekend, and watch that with any sort of objectivity and go, yeah, this was justified. This was lawful. This is a good thing. So it's kind of it's a double-edged sword there. Do we all feel the impacts more severely? Sure. Maybe it leads to more action, though. Maybe it leads to more awareness. It's a little harder for the government to do clandestine things when everybody has a cell phone. And that's why these people are out there recording ICE. Ironically, that's what's making ICE upset, is that people are videotaping them. If you're doing your job well and you're going after violent criminals, then you shouldn't be worried about being videotaped. You shouldn't worry about somebody sitting there with a cell phone. If you're doing everything by the book, when the facts come out, it'll show that you're doing it by the book, and it'll all be on video. Nobody ever gets upset about being videoed doing lawful things. The reason that they don't like being videoed is because it's leading to this. It's leading to this type of perception. And you couldn't lead this. You couldn't go from 0 to minus 17 to minus 27 if you were out there not doing anything wrong. This type of shift means that people watched what you did and overwhelmingly said what you're doing is wrong.
And again, it's just the same exact story, right? DHS is doing an excellent.
Let's just do this real quick, because let's get this out of the way, and then chat, you can cover this. I'm tired of you. First, everybody who's talking about Obama, you've been given that talking point. And you know that you've been given that talking point. You're all saying this because you don't want to talk about the polling. And we're going to get back to the polling real quick. But I knew that this was going to come up today. I know because I read all your content creators, and they're all saying the same thing. I want to show you what the headlines with Obama. Remember I said on Friday, I said, look, there were people that were criticizing Obama. It wasn't Chuck Schumer. It wasn't Nancy Pelosi. It wasn't necessarily CNN. It was the left. It was those that you call the radical communist socialists. They also criticized Obama. And most of the people that are watching this show would consider themselves far left of center. Or at least the people that tune in that like what I have to say. Let's take that back. There's a lot of angry Republicans here. But the people that tune in and like what I say and tend to agree with me are going to find themselves pretty far left of center. And I want to show you some headlines that you would, if you saw these now, you'd be like, these are almost identical. This is from ACLU. In May 1st, 2014. Speed over fairness, deportation under the Obama administration. Criticizing them for rushing deportations, not having a fair process, locking people up in cages, separating children from their families. It's 2014. That's ACLU. The same people now that when they criticize Trump are accused of not criticizing Obama. Here they are criticizing Obama. I think this is them again here. From a date here. Uh-oh. There we go. Latest report on Obama immigration program highlights racial profiling. They accuse the Obama administration. Tom Homan, remember? Dude, Obama gave him a medal. Yeah. Here was the ACLU accusing the Obama administration of racial profiling. You don't get that excuse. Here's PBS. Immigration stands as Obama's most glaring failure. July 4th, 2016, on Independence Day. 4th of July, PBS said this was a failure, Obama, for the same reasons. Here's NPR. Oh, they would never criticize Obama like this. Obama's deportation policies have failed, immigrant advocates say. June 11th, 2012. Here's migrationpolicy.org. You can read all these links. I'll have them in the Discord for you. The Obama record on deportations, deporter in chief or not? So what's the real difference? Is the difference the criticism? The difference is the violence. The difference is also the response. When the Trump administration gets caught doing things that are wrong, they escalate. They elevate tensions. They surge more people. They lie right to your fucking faces. And we'll say this all day today. I'll get back to the polling here in a second, but I don't understand any of you. I don't understand why you sit there and let the administration lie to your face and then repeat the lies, the obvious lies. So many times they obviously lie. Renee Good, first thing that Kristi Noem said after Renee Good was shot was a lie. That these brave ICE officers were helping get a car unstuck from the snow, and she tried to ram them with her car while they were doing that. Not true. It's absolutely untrue. There was none of that happened. But she said it, not a peep from you guys. Donald Trump says, I watched the video. He got run over. The car ran him over. I can't believe he's still alive. That wasn't true. I don't understand why you're so cool being lied to. Why doesn't that bother you? Why doesn't that change your opinion? If somebody lies to me, whether I agree with them or not, I gotta ask the question, why did they lie? Why was their first reaction to lie? And now, when I see both of their first reaction is to lie, I have to assume each time going forward that they may not tell me the truth, and now I've got to fact check everything they say. But weirdly enough, the same people that show up here every day and cheerlead ICE, the same exact people, never a second thought, never a fact check, just, I don't care. They can lie right to my face. I'm back in. I'm staying with them. I'll repeat the lies. I'll say the same dumb shit every day. I'll watch a fact check. I'll find out I'm wrong. Don't care. Just disregard the fact check. They must be socialists or communists, and move on. I'll just keep lying. So many of you would rather not be right. You just want to be on a team. Is life that lonely for you? Continue.
Or good job, the Department of Homeland Security. During Trump's first term, look where it was in late 2017, right around this point. 59%, that's pretty gosh darn good. But look at where it is now in Trump term number 2. By late last year, it was down to 42%. So this is the same story that we're seeing no matter which poll question we look at. The popularity of ICE, of DHS, has completely fallen under the second Trump term, the second Trump administration, where what we were seeing during Trump's term number one was, hey, ICE, DHS, pretty popular, certainly not unpopular, but all the actions in Minneapolis, in Los Angeles, in these major American cities have been very much rejected by the American people. It has been a political disaster for the second Trump administration.
And now, I mean, as Berman was just reading what the president was just sending out, he's now sending in Tom Homan, his border czar, into Minnesota, which leads to questions of what about the leadership of the Secretary of Homeland
Alicia said, happy Monday. Also, hi to MAGA in the chat. Can't wait to hear what excuses and lies they'll make up about the murder of a U.S. citizen on the street because he chose to help defend a woman who was being pushed by aggressive bitch baby men. Yeah, me too. Can't wait.
Homeland Security, who has inserted herself very publicly to be kind of front and center in all of these operations.
Yeah, as I said at the top, I just think there's a real reason for it. And that's because Kristi Noem, simply put, Kate, has not been popular, and everything she's done for the most part has not been popular. I mean, just look at her net approval rating. In July of 2025, it was minus 11 points. It's actually gotten more unpopular now at minus 16 points. I looked at every single poll that has been conducted on Kristi Noem's popularity. Every single one, the net approval rating has been negative. ICE is negative. DHS is negative. As I said at the top, Kate, this has been an absolute political disaster for the President of the United States. It's not much of a surprise to me if he wants to push Noem to the side, Kate.
No, and remember, this is one of the things, broadly speaking about immigration, and his crackdown of it was something he ran on and won on when it came to the last election. So what a shift in changes has been. Let's see what else the president says today. Harry, these numbers really tell a story today. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's why they want you to be quiet. That's why they want to surge more people. I got to say, though, I don't think, just politically speaking, doubling down on your worst policies is not a way to win an election. So we do have to start talking about they're not dumb in terms of electoral politics. There's plenty of people around Trump who give him good advice when it comes to electoral politics. You've got to ask yourself, if they know what's hurting them the most and they're doubling down on it, what's the plan? What's the plan in the midterms? Are they just planning on losing? That seems like a bizarre thing to do. Estelle, you sent me a link for TikTok. Maybe, I've got that. Estelle, the link that you sent, I've got on the outline a little bit later today. We're going to cover that story. So not ignoring the link, but I've got it already, and we'll show that. Kathy said, thank you, Xfinity. I have no words. Thank you times infinity, not thank you, Xfinity. Jesus. I have no words today after this weekend except thank you for all you and Jen do. I appreciate that. And even Jen sent me some of these clips. I didn't even respond this weekend. I just couldn't. I had to step away for a minute. And again, it's horrible to watch, but it's even worse when, like, most of the time outside of politics, you see something horrible on TV, and everybody that you see on social media is like, that was horrible, that was horrible, that was horrible. The sheer evil to watch people show up and call these people that are being murdered evil. I mean, that man that was murdered by ICE was a great human by all measures. Even in the moments leading up to death, a hero, not a agitator, not an instigator, law-abiding citizen, seemed to care deeply for people, worked as an ICU nurse. You see videos of them like being respectful to armed service members that we'd lost. All the people that worked with them speak glowingly about them. So it's weird to watch like an obvious murder in real time and then have to go online and see people celebrating it, defending it, lying about it. Bizarre. His parents told him not to go. I didn't know that his parents told him not to go. Is that true? My parents would probably tell me not to go too, and I would still probably go. All right. Frank Luntz also very probably the most popular pollster with Republicans showed this. This is from The Economist YouGov polling from January 9th to the 12th. Overall, is ICE making Americans more or less safe? Only 34% of U.S. adult citizens say more safe. 47% say less. It's not ideal. 34% is a fucking crazy number, though. In what world is ICE making us more safe right now? What are they doing to make us more safe? Every time they release a list of these violent criminals that they have arrested, you go through the list and most of them, it's not even true. Either they were arrested long before Trump was in office, or they don't actually have violent records, or there's just an accusation from ICE that they were gang members, and they'll just hold up the picture. This is a bad guy, and MAGA's like, oh, brown skin, yep, for sure, bad guy. It's got to be. Trump's holding it up. Yeah, Trump would never lie to us. By party ID, it's even worse. I mean, 87% of Democrats say they're less safe. 50% of independents, and even with Republicans, we're losing ground. Only 77% of Republicans think that ICE is making us more safe. That's a crazy thing, though. We are being shown two different realities. That is true. When I show you some clips from Republicans and the way that they're framing what happened, it's not there's reality of the videos that we see. You can watch the breakdowns and then go to Republicans. You notice what you won't see from any Republican this time around? There were some with Renee Good, but this time around, there's no video breakdown. None of them are doing a video breakdown going, yeah, this is justified. Fuck, Tim Pool this weekend was like, not justified. It's a wild world that you guys live in. You got today maybe is the day that you recognize how far these people that make money by sharing their opinions will go to lie to you. How often they'll leave up their content full of obvious lies. I'll say this, I don't know if I can't remember off the top of my head if I know of one video where I put up a video and I got the facts wrong, and I took it down almost immediately. Why in the world would you put up a video, get all the facts wrong, get fact checked, get community noted, and then leave it up? Because they don't really care. They just want the clicks. They want the money. I do share my opinion to make money, Peter. And I don't have a problem with people sharing their opinion to make money. What I have a problem is people lying to make money. I don't understand that type of personality that you go on and say stuff that you know isn't true. We all get stuff wrong. I'm not going to criticize somebody for going on and making a video and getting something wrong, but some of these videos, you should know. And then once you know, why wouldn't you take it down? Why would you leave it up? We'll find out. We'll get to that. On top of all this, it feels icky. I was going to actually talk about this more, but it feels a little bit icky to talk about this right now. But look at after Davos, as our trading partners are abandoning us, this is the value of the U.S. dollar. It's dropping. I think this is I think since we haven't had values this low since before I think it was before 2000 or 2020. So now you guys are also not able to purchase as much. It's cratering. Stock market is dipping. Seeing dips in cryptocurrency. People are looking at the United States as unstable, not only because of our internal policy and our internal fighting, but also because of our economic policy and our president's inability to work with other people. His demand that everybody treat him like a king, and that if he says to do something, you have to do it. And if you don't do it, then he's going to punish you. And so the world's looking for other trading partners, and they don't want it. They don't want the American dollar to be the dollar that they base everything on. So we're losing across the board. There's virtually nothing that we're winning at right now. I'm a liar. Oh, you don't think that the value of the dollar is going down? Tell me what I'm lying about real quick, Jeffrey Eater. What are we lying about right now? Is the value of the dollar not going down? I just made that up. Hope Europe starts selling off U.S. bonds. They're threatening. Alex Jones was right again. What did Alex Jones say? Mag's on Twitter explaining the dollar compared to the euro value backwards to make the euro look weaker. I have questions about any MAGA talking about finances. We don't know. I was looking for the lie. I'm just scanning the comments right now, looking for what it is that I got wrong here. Nothing. dollars down to about 82%. Wait, what was that? To about 82% from the election. Is that what it's down now? Is it 82%? There you go, Lee. So the value of the dollar is absolutely tanking because with the petroleum standard gone, they don't need to use our banks anymore to turn their money into our money. Yeah, it also helps that China is stepping in. People view China as a better trade partner than the United States right now. I did not go to Princeton. Sorry. I went to the school where Charlie Kirk was murdered. I went to a state school. I did not get good grades. I just somebody sent me this hat and I like this hat, but no, I did not go to Princeton. Exactly, Vonda. BRICS is stepping up. And Trump warned us about BRICS, but it looks like he's doing the bidding for BRICS. If all these BRICS countries could get Donald Trump to act on their behalf, what they would have him do is like sever all of our relationships with all of our trading partners and let them come in and scoop up those contracts. Like if I was running the BRICS policy and it said, like, if somebody asked me, if you can get Trump to do anything, what would you get him to do? I'd say, well, what he should do is all the goodwill that the United States has established across the world with USAID funding, I would pull that immediately. I'd pull all that funding, and I would put these people in a position where they're going to die, and then China could come in and pick up those contracts. That way, those people would like us better. So now we establish goodwill. Their government sees that we're willing to step in and help them when the United States steps out. What do you think? You think they look at China as evil? Not everybody has lived their entire life in a country that has convinced you that socialism and communism is literally the worst thing that could possibly happen. Most countries, like they view just economic theory in the way that it should be viewed. They're all theories. You can have a capitalist country, a socialist country. You can have good capitalist countries. You can have bad capitalist countries. You can have good capitalist or socialist countries. You can have bad ones. Not everybody's been indoctrinated to this level, so they don't really care. Like they're not afraid of China because it says the Communist Chinese Party. They might be afraid of China because China has a lot of weapons, or because China isn't a very fair trading partner, but now we're not either. And we might be worse. Because on top of not being a fair trading partner, they're watching us with Venezuela just go in, steal their oil, and then Donald Trump sells it for himself. Not for you, not for me. It doesn't go into the treasury. It's not going into our reserves. It's in some bank in Qatar that we can't see. Why in the world would you trade with us right now? If you have the option to trade with China or the United States, you're going to trade with China. That's what Canada's doing. Our best trading partner, Canada. Our most loyal trading partner, Canada. Yeah, we might go in a different direction. That's what I would do if I was in charge of BRICS and I could get them to take down the United States. I would have them do exactly what Donald Trump is doing. Destroy your own citizenship's faith in the government. Destroy all your relationships and isolate the United States, because that's what they need. They need us isolated. Then we lose the leverage, and then it becomes we have a madman for president. Does that madman then use military action to go against the people who have now picked up all of our deals? Maybe, or maybe he backs down because this was always the plan. I think you can make a much stronger argument that Trump is doing the bidding of BRICS than that BRICS is causing these problems. Perhaps BRICS caused these problems by owning Donald Trump. No, notice the countries that Donald Trump's making a lot of money in right now. Notice Canada, not allowed to be part of the Board of Peace, but Russia, you can be part of the Board of Peace. But then Russia's like, we don't want to spend our own money. Take it out of the money that you were going to use to rebuild Ukraine. Just take that money and put it over here instead, because we're just going to take Ukraine. Yeah, BRICS is 1/5 Russia. Good point. Yeah, I voted for Kamala, and your mother voted for Trump. That's true. And guess what? My mother regrets her vote. And I don't, John. My mother deeply regrets her vote. I don't. Kamala was right. She literally told us the night before the election, Donald Trump will use his military on the people. She was right about that. Yeah, she really, yes. My mom is horrified by the state of this country. And I knew that this would work for my mom. I knew that this would be something for her because I know like the stuff that my mom has historically watched, all of her favorite movies, Schindler's List, Les Mis, and Newsies. Those are my mom's like favorite movies of all time. The lessons that she learned from Les Mis and from Schindler's List and from Newsies is that this type of government attacking its people, they're always the bad guys. So I don't know. I don't know that she'll vote for a Democrat. She probably won't. She probably just won't vote. But she definitely regrets this. My mom sounds a little cooler than me. That's fair. I think most people are cooler than me. I don't think a lot of people think that I'm cool. I don't think anybody tunes in here because they're like, this guy's cool. Here's an idea. I've seen it floated. I'm not against this idea. Let me just say this. Like, there are a lot of people who organize. I'm not an organizer. I can barely organize my own life. I shouldn't be like a movement leader. But there are people who do this stuff, and they're very good at it. And I think we should pay attention. Jocelyn said, I had the honor of visiting the memorial site of Alex Pretti on Saturday evening, a community coming together through prayer and remembrance. That's beautiful. Kim said, you have 666 viewers on YouTube right now. Thanks for making things easier to digest. Love y'all. Appreciate that. That's not ideal. Illusion, I read that one from Illusion. Mika said, sorry I'm late on this. Seahawks, what did you say about Seahawks? The Seahawks slander is crazy. I didn't slander them. I just hate them. I don't like that our backup quarterback took you to the Super Bowl. It's not my favorite thing. Anyways, here's Scott Galloway with an idea. If we do this, I'm in. I know that a lot of people, this might be difficult for a lot of people, but if we do this, I'm in.
Something I'm spending a lot of time thinking about and trying to get some politicians on board with and some public figures is the following. If you want to look at the fastest political movement in history, it was actually about exactly 6 years ago, and that was 2020, when the GDP went down 31% because of COVID. We had the greatest political movement in history in terms of actual move to action. And my fear is that every few years we protest, we make signs, we chant, we gather. It feels good. It looks great on CNN. And then nothing happens. If you want to understand real power and the difference between being right and being effective, stop watching protests and start watching gross domestic product, specifically GDP. Trump does not respond to outrage. He responds to markets. And that's not cynicism. It's mechanics. I'm not talking about a labor strike. This isn't unions, picket lines, or collective bargaining. I'm talking about something quieter, far more unsettling to the system, and that is an economic strike. A short-term coordinated withdrawal from spending and maybe work. No marching, no slogans, just less. And
well,
something we
that.
forget.
They did that in Minnesota. They had a day, the businesses closed.
It can't be a day. A day is annoyance. It needs to be a week or a month, and it needs to be national. The U.S. economy is $27 trillion. That's $74 billion a day. And here's our power, Kara. Our economy is 70% consumer-driven. Consumers actually have more power, not in signs or in guns or even in their vote right now. They have it in the power of the purse. In that a very small change in behavior could have an enormous effect. And that is...
That's a good point, Izzy. You mean what black people have been doing for months? Yeah. What people have been doing to Target for months? Yeah. Don't be a consumer. As much as you can avoid being a consumer, don't be a consumer. It does matter.
Nothing in modern American history moves policy faster. Not marches, not speeches, just math. And then if you think about what you could do here, if wealthy households took their spending down 10%, and middle class and lower income households, which have a difficult time reducing their spend, took it down 5%, you would take GDP negative almost overnight. And then it's hard because it requires coordination. It's risky, especially for people living paycheck to paycheck. But that's exactly why it works.
Yeah. The less you can buy, the better right now. The more you can make sure that your money isn't going to the wealthiest among us, the better. If you got to buy food and you have an option to buy local, buy local. If you can go without something that's going directly to a corporation, do it. You've got to hurt stocks. You've got to hurt massive corporations. Those people have Trump's ear. Don't buy stock in Palantir. Don't buy stock in Boeing. Don't buy these stocks. Yeah, it's going to hurt. Yeah, lose your jobs. That's fine, Larry. A lot of people are willing to lose their jobs over this. If you don't like policy, get elected. Obama, exactly. Yeah, try and get other people elected. Thank you for bringing that up. Elect progressives. Elect people who are going to go in and correct this. Not even like on a. I think a lot of people are going to run on we have to hold Trump accountable, and I do agree with that. Like people need to be held accountable, but more importantly, what legislation can you pass? To the Democrats, that's got to be the discussion. And as we roll into primary season, that should be the only thing that matters in your mind. Are you voting for a candidate to represent the Democratic Party that is going to be progressive? We could have actually had this funding dead, but 7 cowardly Democrats chose to vote for the funding for ICE. Now that's alive. What do you do without the funding, ICE? These people aren't going to work for free. Most of them signed up to work for ICE because of the money. Now, it looks like the Senate might kill that. Looks like Chuck Schumer finally dug through those old bones and found his spine. Looks like Democrats are saying we're going to kill this in the Senate. And they should. Why in the world would you fund ICE for one more second? The amount of money that ICE is spending is pathetic. It's crazy to see, too. Like, Republicans are like, oh, these immigrants, they cost us billions of dollars. One, no, they don't. They're a net positive. But this is costing way more. This is incredibly expensive. It's destructive to our communities. It's destructive to cohesion. It's destructive to our economies. And for what? What are we going to get at the end of it? The most expensive mass deportation attempts in the history of this country. We'll have a smaller workforce. We'll have a more divided nation. We'll be further in debt. Nobody will trust ICE anymore. Nobody's going to trust our government when they try and cover up these murders, which they're actively doing. Renee Good, they just took all the evidence and ran away with it. Officer just bounced. Now they're hiding this evidence too. I think it's a good idea. But if you can, even before this starts as a general strike, do your best to not fund massive corporations. Do whatever you can do to hurt the people that are funding Donald Trump. For example, TikTokers. This might get me in trouble. When you send gifts on TikTok, historically TikTok got 30%. I think I don't know if they're changing that now. But 30%, 33% of that goes to the creator. Don't send TikTok gifts. Any outlet, anywhere where you're sending gifts, remember that there's a massive corporation that's supporting Donald Trump who's getting a portion of that. And in order for us to get the message out there, you kind of have to use those platforms. But there's also stuff you can do on those platforms to make sure that the platform themselves has to host the content, but they're not making the money off that content. There's ways to get around that. Canceling Netflix and Prime, beautiful. And if you don't use Prime, if you don't cancel your Prime, use it on a creator. Use your Prime membership on a creator on Twitch who's out there working. Not necessarily me, but anybody who's out there working, trying to get this message out. And make sure that they get the benefits from that. If you have Prime, do what you can. Illusion said they already took billions. Doesn't it seem too late? I don't know. I don't know if it's too late. I'm not going to quit. I don't think anybody should quit. I'd rather go down fighting than just be like, oh, it's too late. I get a lot of that sometimes from my friends outside of politics. Like, why do you keep doing this? Like, it beats you down emotionally. Yeah, fucking beats me down emotionally. But there's, 800-900 people here right now that at least showed up today because they wanted to keep fighting or talk about it. I need to be demonetized. I basically am demonetized, Ricky. Don't worry about it. I broadcast on YouTube and Twitch. Nobody pays ad revenue to people like me. So Don't worry about it. We're basically demonetized. We are almost exclusively crowdfunded. So, mission accomplished for you. I do, before we get onto a couple things, before we get into this murder by ICE, I want to cover a couple more things. Important reminder, the government, Donald Trump and his army of pedophile protectors are still protecting the pedophiles and not releasing the files, the Epstein files. We've got court orders saying that they have to. We have a law that says they have to. And for everybody in here who is still on the MAGA train, you are enablers of pedophiles. And there's no like wiggle room there. It just is what you are. So every ounce of criticism, I hate to do I'm rubber, you're glue, but for every ounce of criticism you lob at us, at least we're not covering for pedophiles. And you are. And Thomas Massey also wants you to remember that.
They're driving.
Yeah. Okay. Can you explain your vote, your no vote on the DHS bill?
Too much spending. I mean, they would have you believe we're spending less money, but you got to remember they stuffed money into the big beautiful bill so they could make it look like they're spending less now.
So this is now more than a month since the law. They were supposed to follow the law and release all the Epstein files. What are you going to do about it?
We may be doing something soon, legislatively. I don't want to spill the punch yet.
I mean, why not go to the floor and name these alleged people on the client list, like you said you were going to do?
Pam Bondi's job. She's breaking the law. Pam Bondi is breaking the law, and in flagrant violation of it at this point. But
just a reminder that Republicans, while Pam Bondi is actively covering this up in violation of the law, they used their subpoena power to call Bill Clinton. They have not used that subpoena power to call Pam Bondi. Why not? Can you explain to me why it would be more important to hear from Bill Clinton than from Pam Bondi if we're talking about a cover-up? I can't even cross-check anything Bill Clinton says when he testifies if I don't have the files to cross-check it. He could say anything he wants. We'll have no idea if what he's saying is true or not because we don't have the files to cross-check. So why are we wasting all this time, Republicans? Why are your elected leaders spending all this time trying to bring in any Democrat, but not the one person who's covering for these pedophiles, not the one person who's preventing the release of these files? Why not? You know why. Say it with me. Because we love Donald Trump. Anything he does is perfect. We only criticize Democrats.
please just remember this. They say there are millions of documents. There's about a few dozen documents they desperately don't want to release. The FD 302 forms that when the victims give their testimony to the FBI, they fill those out. There's the indictments that never got served. Those we want prosecutorial notes. Those are the dozens of documents. We don't want millions of documents. We know exactly what we want. We know exactly what they're hiding, and they're doing it on purpose.
Are you saying the DOJ is purposefully stalling, in your view?
Yeah, absolutely they are. They're going to try and drag this out as long as they can. But unlike a subpoena from Congress, which expires at the end of Congress, this bill never expires. So the people who are engaged in this could be convicted later of breaking this law.
But why not go to the floor? You said you were going to name those names on the floor.
All right. This is the different realities that we live in. I can't even take any of you seriously anymore. Not one of you can we take the criticism seriously for. I'm trying to read through the chat and see, is any Republican in here today going to make any fucking sense at all? No, they're not. Just deny. What you're denying is what you're viewing with your own eyes. You're living your life with your eyes closed. And it's just pride at this point. It can only be pride at this point. I don't want to admit that I was duped. Or I don't want to publicly admit that I'm a Nazi. I don't know what. It's pride at, I guess, one of those two things. Yeah, bottom of the barrel magazine. Yeah, that's what we're left with. That's what the chat is left with. We're left with nobody that's being rational, even remotely. Yeeta said, for your monetization, thank you. Soup for my fam said, enough funding to give ICE agents $40,000 in bonuses. Yeah. Bonuses for, by the way, also getting bonuses for how many people they round up. So who's the easiest people to round up? Is it the criminals that are in hiding, that are protected, that have guns? No. It's mom. It's grandma. It's grandpa. It's people who've just kind of been living their lives, not people that are hurting us one bit. That's where ICE is going because that's what they get paid to do. The incentive structure is not to go after violent criminals. Almost every time, Kristi Noem or Greg Bovino steps forward and they tell us, hey, this is who we were going after, it turns out that person was in jail, they've already been deported, or the crimes that they say that person committed aren't true. What you're seeing is a bunch of cowards cosplaying as heroes, people talking about violent criminals a lot, but not doing a goddamn thing about it. They're just going after the low-hanging fruit because that's what they get paid to do. You can read it in their directives, their leaked orders. Their directives are to find anybody Hispanic and try and deport them. And the more that you deport, the more money you're going to make. And those that are leading, that's what they're incentivized to do. Nobody is incentivized to go after violent criminals. Reminder two, we had some court hearings last week. We had Michael Fanone also sitting there in Congress as Republicans made a mess of trying to smear Jack Smith. And I didn't know Lindell TV was still going. I thought they were bankrupt. But once more, just another person who doesn't live in reality and showing again from the right that they will believe anything but what they see with their own eyes.
Officer Fanone, how are you today?
Oh, I'm great.
What happened in there?
What are you talking about?
That confrontation.
Jack Smith testified about how he had proof beyond reasonable doubt that Donald Trump incited, orchestrated, and funded the insurrection at the Capitol on January 6, 2021.
It seemed like there was a fight in there?
No, there was no fight.
Thanks, Pink.
Is it true, Officer Fanone, that you turned off your own body camera on January 6th?
No.
I saw your body cam. You turned it off yourself. You were playing dead. I saw your body cam footage.
You're a fucking...
What am I?
Right.
I can't find any evidence of that. I looked it up. There's no evidence that he turned off his body cam. This is a person who just went to work on January 6th, got beaten by protesters. It's on camera. We watched them do it. Had a heart attack, had a taser shoved into his neck, I think 6 times. And this is that outward, like, braggadocious confidence that only comes with people who don't believe their eyes and only instead believe propaganda. This man almost died on January 6th. And now Lindell TV, who wants you to believe them, that this is the guy who convinced Donald Trump the election was stolen, while everybody around him, including Lindsey Graham's like, yeah, he would have believed a Martian. He would have believed anybody who told him that he won. He wouldn't believe anybody who looked at the evidence and said you lost. This is what we're doing now to our law enforcement. The same people that are like, hey, you got to back ICE. Don't criticize ICE for murdering people, but also fuck this guy.
Right-wing conspiracy theorists.
I saw you turn off your body cam footage, sir, but thank you for disrespecting me. Psychopath.
Yeah. Psychopath. Psychopath. You guys, and by the way, this is what you all sound like right now when we're talking about ICE. Everybody else is watching the video. And you're like, I'm not going to look at that video. I'm just going to say ICE is doing what's right. I'll believe any made-up story. He needs a woman with him to slap the MAGA pygmies. Damn. Gross. All right. Greg Kazar. We'll see. I don't know. I think you're going to start getting... I think that there's at least there are some Republicans who are going to be willing to go after Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi. They're not necessarily dangerous. Going after Trump, still we're not going to have Republicans going after Trump, but this might be in play here.
No, it's very clear that we need to fire Kristi Noem, that we need to impeach Kristi Noem. Because, of course, we all know the things that she has done. She's unleashed these policies that have resulted in innocent Americans being killed in Minneapolis, and then she's gone and smeared those Americans and their families. That should be enough to impeach her. But what folks haven't talked enough about is what she's not.
Again, she lied about Renee Good, and she lied this weekend. She keeps lying. So what, is she incompetent? And if she's not incompetent and she's just lying, then she shouldn't have that position. This is an easy one. Kristi Noem, whether you like what she's doing or not, completely incompetent. Absolutely. Every time she steps in front of a camera, she lies. It's really easy. It's really easy to call balls and strikes here. She's not equipped for this job. She should be impeached.
Not doing. She is not helping us with disaster preparedness. She delayed search and rescue by 72 hours for the Texas floods this last summer. She has been firing people at FEMA en masse that should be helping us with things like this winter storm that are knocking out power for lots of people in Texas and all across the country. So we should fire Kristi Noem because she's not focused on keeping us safe.
And that's another problem I have with Kristi Noem and Greg Bavino is I've watched law enforcement my entire life. The leadership, when something happens in a city, they come out and they almost always say the same thing. This is an ongoing investigation. We're not going to jump to conclusions. We're going to review the evidence. The evidence is going to be reviewed by an independent group. We have investigative bodies who look into this stuff. Not Kristi Noem, not Greg Bavino. They come out and lie immediately. I've never seen it in my life. Can you think of a time before the Trump administration where law enforcement came out within 30 minutes and drew a conclusion on who was right and who was wrong and lied when they did it? Again, Kristi Noem said with Renee Good that officers were in the process of getting a vehicle unstuck from a snowbank. And while they were doing that, Renee Good rammed them with her car. That didn't happen. That wasn't true. And when Trump says the agent was run over by the car and was lucky to be alive, that also wasn't true. Now, I expect it with Trump. He always lies. His knee-jerk reaction is to lie. But Kristi Noem, Greg Bavino, these are folks who, if there's any precedent they should have learned from, it's that we wait for the investigation. We don't go out immediately and construct a narrative. These are political assets. These are political players. Greg Bavino, Tom Homan, Kristi, they are not neutral. They are there for the Trump administration, and they are there to carry water for the Trump administration and do what Trump instructs them, which is never admit you do anything wrong, always blame somebody, always blame the left, no matter what the problem is. And so we can't trust law enforcement, and you shouldn't trust law enforcement, and you only do trust them because they're saying what you want them to say. But I've never seen it in my entire life. Can you guys give me an example of a time law enforcement came out and said, here's the details of the case, the officer is innocent, this person is guilty, before we've done a review? I'll look in the chat here. I can't think of one ever in my life. Yeah, you're right about that, Borakua. They'll just put in another loyalist. You're right. And maybe we'll get rid of that one. It's weird. It's weird how I'm asking you guys questions, and all you want to do is talk about Obama. You want to do anything but answer the question. Republicans, just give me an example of another law enforcement agent coming out within minutes of a shooting happening and lying. Shut up. Yeah, see, it's frustrating to you guys, huh? See how emotional you're getting right now? This emotional response to a pretty easy question, which is, yes, I've seen it before. Here's an example. Or, no, I've never seen it before. It's met with anger instead. It's met with insults instead. Just answer the question. Have you ever seen it before? If you haven't, then I'm probably right? Andrew, give me an example of Democrats doing the same thing, please. A crime committed and somebody appointed by Democrats in law enforcement coming out and making this type of announcement. Jason says he can't. Appreciate that, Jason. I don't know why they're so mad, Mr. Rhinopolis. I think they're mad because they don't have answers. And I think that they redirect that anger at whoever's on their screen right now, which just happens to be me. Can you ask a question? Why did he have a gun at a protest? Because he's fucking allowed to. Are you guys not pro 2A anymore? Because you're allowed to carry guns. Kyle Rittenhouse, I don't think a lot of people had a problem on the right with Kyle Rittenhouse open carrying an assault rifle from another state because he's allowed to. That's why. So many Noem bots. She would. We will probably find that out when this administration is gone. I think at some point, however long it takes to remove all of these dipshits that are with them, we will find out that they certainly were paying influencers, that they were certainly paying for bots. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Well, we'll get to the video in a minute. I don't think he did fight with law enforcement. I think he fought with a citizen who was assaulting a woman, and he didn't even fight. He just kind of tried to get in between the two of them. So I don't think he did fight with law enforcement, and we'll get to that. And by the way, once again, we'll show the entire video and we'll break it down bit by bit. None of the Republicans will do that because they know on this one. With Renee Good, they tried. It was stupid. It was silly. But they tried. They're like, look, the wheels are pointed forward. We never even got past the part where, did they have any authority to stop her? No, they didn't. Did they have authority to detain her? No, they didn't. We never really got past that. But with this one, I haven't seen a single Republican breaking it down. But I have seen Republicans come out and say, this is bad. Tim Pool said it was bad. This was illegal. And it's quite crazy how quick you guys have gone from, maybe we should get rid of guns. Maybe we shouldn't have guns. Oh, no shit. Maybe it should be harder to just walk around with a gun? You don't say. Amy said, search COVID protests. They're almost all carrying and from the right. Good point. Andrew said, fun fact, YouTube is a subsidiary of the CIA. This is modern day public equivalent of MK Ultra, providing every piece of info cable TV news used to. I get what you're saying. But we do have independence in as far as what we cover. I don't think yet I've had a single piece of content that YouTube has directed me to take down unless it was copyrighted. So I see what you're saying, but I still think that you can be on YouTube and you can find independent journalists who aren't being controlled. But maybe the algorithm's controlled that way. Let's see. Yeah, this is actually pretty wild from DHS now. This is Gabe Cohen, CNN correspondent, in response to, by the way, sorry everybody that's freezing your ass off. As far as I know, not too many problems. Ted Cruz left Dallas, which means that it was going to be a real cold storm, and he went to California. But listen to now the messaging being directed by FEMA, or to FEMA, about how they should cover these storms.
You also have some interesting reporting on guidance that FEMA was given about messaging for the storm.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. So I've learned that Homeland Security officials have come to FEMA staff and told them to limit the use of the word ICE in their public messaging and social media posts when talking about the storm. The concern is obviously the connection between the immigration enforcement that's happening across the country, particularly in Minnesota, and what they are worried about here is...
Call it frozen water or something. Don't call it ice. There's already too much bad press for us. This is just Kristi Noem, like, I can't handle more bad press. Call it something else.
Is that by posting something like...
Brought to you from the party that says, you can't define a woman. You can't define ice now? We can't tell the difference here.
Watch out for the ice, that it's going to become an opportunity for a meme, for internet fodder, for public ridicule against the Department of Homeland Security. So they're asking FEMA staff, if you can, don't use the word ice, try to use the term freezing rain. But part of the problem here...
Come on, you Republicans, you have to admit that's fucking stupid. You got to be able to admit that that's fucking stupid.
As I talk to agency officials about this, is they're saying what we're talking about.
Non-tractionable frozen dihydro. I forget how to say this. Dihydrogen monoxide. There we go.
Ice. And what we're talking about is saving lives.
Yeah, no, when you say freezing rain, that makes me think, oh, I'll put on a raincoat. It doesn't make me think ice.
Right, and what we're largely talking about, and I'm not a forecaster, but this is largely an ice event. And a lot of states that I've talked to are saying what we're preparing for is destructive ice that could damage power grids, cut power to a lot of homes and wreak havoc on roads. And it is pretty remarkable that Homeland Security is saying, please try to avoid using that word.
Because they're afraid of memes. Meanwhile, lives are on.
This is what Trump. This is what America voted for. Says, I'm done dying. We voted for DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to say that we should stop calling it ICE because ICE has such bad press. This is what they voted for. They want you to know that. You guys, I think what we've learned is you had no idea what you were voting for. You voted for vibes. That's what you voted for.
On the line. Another incredibly idiotic story. Thanks so much.
Can you send what my way, Debbie? Sorry, I don't know what you meant then. All right. And then here, remember the Tufts University student who was detained early on, and we said that she was detained because she wrote an op-ed, and the administration came out and said actually she was pro-Hamas. She had ties to Hamas. Well, now we have the declassified memo asking for her arrest and the removal of her status here. This is from Stuart Wilson, Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Department of State. Subject here is the revocation of F1 visa for Rumea Öztürk. That's the woman who was then surrounded by 8 men, masked. I don't remember if they were masked at the time or not, and taken into detention. Said that what they want you to do is they asked that you approve the revocation of the F1 visa effective immediately under Section 221 of the Immigration and Nationality Act due to ongoing ICE operational security. This revocation will be silent. The department will not notify the subject. Ironically, in Congress this last week, as they were trying to smear Jack Smith, Congress was simultaneously, Republicans in Congress, simultaneously making the argument that what Jack Smith was so unconstitutional because he got the phone records of members of Congress and did not let them know. Didn't give them a heads up. At the same time, this same administration is doing that to people here in the United States. This revocation will be silent. We will not notify the subject. We're just going to go get the subject. Recommendation 2, that you authorize the transmission of the attached notification to the Department of Homeland Security, noting the immediate revocation of her visa. And here's the story. The background is on March 21st, the assistant director of the NSA referred to CA information regarding Rumea Öztürk, a Turkish national, for a possible determination by the secretary that the alien is deportable under Section 237A 4C. As a non-immigrant visa holder, such a determination is not necessary for DHS to pursue removal of Öztürk from the United States, as INA Section 237A1B provides that an alien is deportable if their non-immigrant visa has been revoked under INA Section 221. And their reasoning for this, as you can see here, Öztürk was issued an F1 visa on December 14th, 2020, valid until December 9th of 2025. Clearly somebody who's here legally, didn't break any rules, here legally. According to information provided by DHS, Öztürk is a postdoctorate degree candidate in child studies and human development at Tufts. On March 21st, 2025, DHS referred information to CA indicating that Öztürk co-authored an op-ed in Tufts student newspaper. In this article, the authors wrote, "Graduate Students for Palestine joins Tufts Students for Justice in Palestine, the Tufts Faculty and Staff Coalition for Ceasefire, and Fletcher Students for Palestine to reject the university's response to a student government resolution." According to DHS, Tufts Students for Justice in Palestine was placed on interim suspension after it used images of weapons to promote a protest rally and urged members of the Tufts community to join the student intifada. All along, it was for writing an article. There we go, Willow. There we go. There we go. Now we got MAGA saying, jail her, imprison her for her First Amendment rights. Take away journalists. Don't let people say what they want to say. Don't let them share their opinion. Imprison them. I'll just wait while you guys get this all out, while you get your cheerleading out. Oh. All right. And then this, pathetically. This is one of the most pathetic things I've seen today. Just a couple of, this was put together by Sam Stein, members of this administration talking about Trump as a deity. This is what Levitt said about Trump falling asleep. When the president rests his eyes, Levitt chimed in, he's actually actively listening. His energy levels are so good, she claimed, that even elite members of the military can't keep up with his work schedule. The Marine sentries who stand outside the Oval Office, they had to request more staff and bring up more Marines because the president is in the Oval so much. They've never had to do that before. They had to request more guys to stand by the door because they are running out of men to fill the shifts. He's working harder now than he did his entire life, even in real estate when he was on top of the world in New York. That's not even true. He wasn't on top of the world in New York. He wasn't even the top real estate guy there. He was a scammer then too. He's got more energy than the military because he sits in his office all fucking day. Let's move on to Eric Trump. This was actually just made me sad. I mean it. On my children, I've never seen my father take a vacation. Yeah, he didn't want to be with you guys. He's a fucking psychopath. He's a narcissist. Never went on a vacation with his kids. At different points in our interview, he called his father miraculous, remarkable, incredible, and possessing a level of energy unlike anything I've ever seen. This poor guy. His dad never loved him, hugged him, took him on vacation, spent time with him, and he's just still begging for daddy's approval. He's incredible. He's so amazing. What levels of energy, unlike anything I've ever seen. Yeah, it's Adderall, first of all. Moving on, Ronnie Jackson, his former doctor, now Texas representative, recalled for me the time he put the president on a treadmill during his first term to check his heart health and was shocked by what he saw. Trump wearing gym shorts and a t-shirt. He looked like an athlete, for the record. He looked like an athlete. So athletic. Spent about 10 minutes walking at a brisk pace on an incline, supposedly achieving what fewer than 10% of people's age could. His heart health is so phenomenal, so much that the cardiologist from his last exam pretty much told his medical team that based on his age, he's pretty much done with cardiac workups, he told me. Whatever he dies of someday, it won't be his heart. Do we have any cardiologists here? Would you ever tell, at that point, like a 76-year-old man, we're just going to stop looking at your heart now? None of this happened. This is some Kim Jong-un shit. Then Rubio. The guy is too healthy. He's just too healthy. He's too active. Rubio, who in addition to running the State Department is the acting National Security Advisor and acting archivist of the U.S., maybe one of the busiest men in Washington. On the day I met with him, he was running behind schedule to get to a Capitol Hill briefing with top lawmakers. Still, he took time out of his day to regale me with stories about the president's unparalleled memory and attention to detail. We watch him talk. We see him, he struggles with his memory every single day. He literally has no attention to detail. He can't cite you details of a single one of his plans. What does he have on Marco Rubio? It's so weird. Once Trump noticed that Rubio's shoes looked shitty, so at a later meeting, the president presented him with a gift, a signed shoebox containing a pair of size 12s. He signed it. He signed his shoes. I have them on and they're perfect, Rubio said, pointing to his shiny black dress shoes. Holy shit, he bought you shoes. That's crazy. Make him king. Another time, Trump perceived that the chandeliers in the State Department were missing medallions, the ornamental discs installed on the ceilings. A few days later, Trump called Rubio into his office with dozens of medallion samples. I don't even know how many I need, Rubio recalled telling Trump. He said, I think you need 12, and sure enough, Rubio shook his head and nodded. I try to match it as much as I can. It's just not natural to me. Can you believe it? Can you believe how great Donald Trump is, that he perceived the chandeliers were missing medallions? All the important stuff. You need more decorative medallions, Marco Rubio. What in the world does Donald Trump have on these people? Why would you just lie so obviously about Donald Trump. Trump bought some. Well, he didn't give to anybody anything for free. These people have sold their souls. I'm not sure what they're getting out of it, but hopefully impeached. Hopefully, maybe some trials later on. Byron said, "Everyone, 1980. It's fucking crazy how the don't tread on me pro-gun crowd turned into the comply or die, tread on me harder daddy crowd. Yeah, it was always bullshit. The don't tread on me thing was legitimately just for most of these people had nothing to do with being treaded upon. It had everything to do with I hate Democrats. So if Democrats write a law or pass a law, then it's treading on your rights. It had nothing to do. They've always been cucks. They've never stopped being cucks." Amy said, oh, I got that one. Shane said, FEMA had 2,700 plus recovery managers cut, as well as over 6,700 professional volunteers. We were heavy machinery, engineers, excavators, everything you needed in an emergency, and they fired us. Ryan said, well, you think you can't get any more enraged than another day of MAGA treason and making up shit about murder of a citizen, thinking of Alex Pretti and his family. Andrew said, fun fact. Oh, I got that one. Pink got that one as well. All right. I think I had one more thing. Just one more with Kash Patel. I'm curious about this. And this might just be personal for me.
You want to go out there and peacefully protest.
I don't trust these.
You want to go out there and use your Second Amendment right.
Is it not pausing? There we go. I don't trust Kash Patel. Nobody should trust Kash Patel. Kash Patel's the same guy who said, like, we were going to release the Epstein files on day one. Same guy that told you that the files were there, ready to go, and now tells you, oh, there's nothing in the file. Same guy who said that there was nothing to see with Jeffrey Epstein in his jail cell. Oh, we don't have the footage. Oh, now we have the footage. Oh, now we're missing 3 minutes. Nothing to see here. Same guy who multiple people now have reported, based on whistleblowers in his own department, is a guy that seems far more worried about social media. His response to everything is to plan out how things will be tweeted out and who will tweet what. But I've seen them investigate. We covered the Tufts University student. We've now looked after Renee Good, and she's been investigated. Her wife was investigated. And we've had Kristi Noem loosely say that people were connected to terrorist groups when they're not. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, obviously the Tufts student. They are willing to say that people are connected to terrorist movements when they're not. And so I will say this, like, I think that me or anybody like me is on a list. In fact, I'm almost certain that I'm on a list. I've been shown a list. It wasn't from them, but it was from right-wing, I guess, like extremists. There is a list of people like me, and they're now going to try and connect people like me and people much bigger than me, how we're funded. And they're going to try and smear us as being funded by far left groups, by communists or socialists or Hezbollah or Hamas. And they don't need really much evidence in order to say that. And it takes no evidence for any of MAGA to believe that. So I do feel like that for many of us, our lives will be in danger with this administration. But Kash Patel says they've almost figured this out. I don't know everybody on the left. I actually don't interact with most people that are online content creators. I don't have like a circle of influencers that I am regularly in contact with. What I do know is literally nobody's ever approached me to give me money. Not once. The people that I know that have bigger accounts than me, I've asked them. Outside of whatever that Z girl, I forget what what was that thing called that they Destiny's getting paid to do it now. Forget what that program's called. Outside of that, nobody's giving us money. It's not that coordinated. We're all just seeing what you're seeing and reporting on it. But this administration doesn't want to address reality. They don't want to look at the criticism against them and say, perhaps this is valid criticism. So what they're going to do instead of investigating themselves or looking at ICE officers or DHS or FBI and watching them poorly do their job and trying to fix that, they're going to go after everybody on the left and claim that we are domestic terrorists. That's the plan. And you can hear Kash, who weirdly has the sniffles a lot in front of a microphone. Tends to have very, very quick sniffles every time he gets in front of a camera. I'm not saying anything, but just odd. Here he is with Benny Johnson explaining loosely what they think that they found.
And that's the distinction. If you want to go out there and peacefully protest, have at it. You want to go out there and use your Second Amendment right to bear arms, okay, no problem. But look at the situation in Minnesota. This is not something that just happened overnight. They've been rioting recklessly, destroying federal vehicles, ramming federal agents, literally hitting them, striking them. And
is that what's happening? Like, this isn't happening. In fact, there's been like 3 other instances of ICE saying that their vehicles were rammed, and when we got the dash footage or bystander footage, it's almost always ICE hitting their car.
And as you just highlighted, using coordinated attacks to threaten their families. None of that is lawful, and none of that will be tolerated. You do not get to touch law enforcement. And we've got also investigations ongoing into the funding of this. We've made actual substantial progress. I just can't publicize it yet, but we've actually found groups and individuals responsible for funding it because it's not happening organically.
Raise your hand if you went to a protest so far this year. And then raise your hand if you got paid. It's the smearing. And this is what they're selling to the right. They're telling the right, like, hey, don't even pay attention to these people. It's all, this is all just paid for. You saw Trump say, like, try and do this the other day. He's like, how did they get signs within 48 hours that looked the same? Because it doesn't take that long to make signs. That's why. I saw a video yesterday, like, look at these. They got handmade signs now. They must have got the memo. No. It's not hard to get signs. It's not hard to fundraise. What's Good Trouble up to now? Last I saw, Good Trouble had raised like $80,000 for a food bank in Minnesota. When you're somebody of Good Trouble's size, it's, you know, you can raise money for good causes. You don't think they're absolutely going to look at that money. And if they find anybody that gave money, or they'll say like, oh, this person gave him money, now he's in Minnesota, therefore this no longer is something that is just his actual feelings. This is paid protests, and they'll try and link it to some sort of outside organization. It's 150,000, 175 now. Holy Christ! Good for him. Good for Good Trouble. Well done, buddy. But they'll look at that money, and they'll smear it. And they'll never charge him with anything. This is, again, just the FBI director being overtly political. Name me a time when the FBI director has been overtly political. I still remember when James Comey came out and he got in trouble because he announced the investigation into Hillary Clinton. And everybody at the FBI, everybody in intelligence was like, we don't do this. What are you doing? You don't go out, you don't just go out there and announce this without talking with us. And he was like, oh, I had to do it. I had to do it so I didn't look partisan. We've never had an FBI director like this. So active on Twitter, so active in interviews. Also a guy who has spent millions of dollars going to every event. He's going to UFC fights. He's going to Miami. He's going to Nashville to see his girlfriend. He's going to boxing matches, just on our dime. Flying all around the country, showing up to events, living the celebrity lifestyle. It's not a normal administration. Everything is propaganda with this administration. In positions that historically you never would have seen the FBI director, the active FBI director, going on TV and doing partisan bullshit like this. This is new. And then one more here from him. And now, never blaming the ICE agents. I agree that it's got to suck to be an ICE agent right now. It'd be annoying as shit. Your nerves are going to be frayed. I agree with that. And I don't agree with violent attacks. So anybody who's assaulting an ICE agent, you know, they should be arrested. I don't think anybody should advocate that you can assault an ICE agent and not get arrested. But we should also clearly define what assault is and what a lawful order is. what ICE is allowed to do and not do. But here's the rest of Kash Patel.
Americans, and especially in a place like Minneapolis, is look, we have and can safeguard our cities, and we can return to normalcy so that our streets are safe. But this type of rhetoric and escalation on the streets is just leading to too much violence. And we can't have that today. And if you break the statute, if you break the law, this FBI will investigate you.
Unless you are an ICE agent. Then we won't. It's crazy to me to see anybody talk about this and say, like, the escalation is only coming from the protesters. How many times have we seen, like, there was that person dancing in a costume, recording it, and ICE came up from behind, grabbed them, slammed them to the ground. That's not an escalation? Coming in immediately with flashbangs, hitting kids, pushing kids, going to a high school, beating up on kids. It's not an escalation. Breaking into houses without warrants. It's not an escalation. The threats to people's lives. That's not an escalation. Walking up to a woman's car, demanding she get out when she's a U.S. citizen. That's not an escalation. You just can't. You can't tell me that we live in the same reality. If you don't think ICE has escalated, I can't take you seriously. I'm 100% comfortable saying that there are people who are very angry, who are protesting, who escalate. Agreed. If you can't say, though, that ICE also escalates, we've got a problem. And that's what our administration is saying. Everything ICE does is perfect. They never make any mistakes. Everything we do is justified. Everybody protesting it is an evil terrorist. I don't know what to do with you guys living in that fake-ass reality. You know that that's not true. You know that ICE is escalating. So what's the cheerleading for? Is life that fucking miserable for some of you that you're cheerleading the government now? I fucking love the government so much, especially like government law enforcement, especially police state governments. My favorite thing is the police state government. I love it when they scan your face. I love it when they threaten you. I love no-knock invasions of the home. I love when they go into somebody's home without a warrant. I fucking love that. I love when they break the windows because a U.S. citizen doesn't want to roll down their window for an ICE agent. I love that so much. I love it when they pull them out of the car. I love it when they slam them on the ground and beat them. I love that so much. You cocky little bitches, what happened to you? Is this just like you're not tough, so you're pretending that like you're tough through them? Like if you talk about this like it just needs to happen, that makes you tough or something? How about comply? How about don't have masked men out there assaulting people? Haynes, show me an example of any of this shit happening under the Obama administration. Thanks, David. I appreciate that. I think you're weak too. Maybe we could cuddle later. I mean, I see this guy all the time, Andy Frisella. He's a right-wing, angry lunatic, and like almost everybody on the right currently, one, cool it on the energy drinks. You've had plenty, and two, they could just do a little research. They could just learn some things. They could, instead of consistently going on their shows and asking questions that there's obvious answers to, they could research something. But Andy wants to ask some questions. So we're going to answer Andy's questions here.
And then they're complaining about like how ICE is operating. And it's like, well, how would you like it to be done?
Yeah. Good question. No masks, first of all. Second of all, don't fuck with American citizens. Get a warrant. If you don't have a warrant, don't do it anyways. I would also like them to realize that words are not assault. I would like to not see a 17-year-old kid calling you a bitch and then you slam his head to the ground, kidnap him, and then release him 10 miles down the road or 10 minutes down the road. Don't do that. I'd like to see you not escalate every second. I'd like you to stop pepper spraying people in the face for yelling at you. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see you guys not go around and stop people just because of what they look like. I would like your raids to be more targeted. answer it? Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah. That's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
I want to hear that from everybody who's saying, you know, oh, I said this fucking 4 years ago. I said, bro, when they have to remove these people, it's going to be not palatable for most of America.
It ain't gonna be pretty.
Yeah. Yeah. Because this is what you wanted. Yeah. You wanted the cruelty. Tony said, I hope I'm on a list. Tony, you're for sure on a list somewhere. And Natalie said, I took the weekend off from news. I'm sickened. Yeah. Didn't get better.
Okay? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The shit has to be done. These people got to go. And then you see people saying, well, what about your life is going to be better? I don't know, pretty much fucking everything. Okay?
Like what? Now listen to what he says is going to get better. And this is where it gets pathetic.
Okay? These people absorb all of our tax dollars.
Not true. They take almost no tax benefits. And if this dumb motherfucker spent more time researching and less time stuck in his fucking feelings, he would know that. But what you have to know about MAGA content creators is they're not super interested in reading or learning new things. They're super interested in angrily screaming at people and telling you that they understand these situations and these complexities and nobody else does. These are the people that like I used to golf with all the time. And at the end of our round, we would sit around and there'd be like 20 of us and it was all a bunch of white conservative dudes. And they would, for 3 hours as they're drinking, would tell you how all the world's problems are actually very simple to fix. It's just that everybody's too fucking dumb. Just fucking read one thing one time, dude. Just go look at data one fucking time. And you would know that almost nobody here illegal is getting taxpayer subsidies. In some states, they get some help. And it's a minimal amount of help. But it's not federal. And I'm guessing this guy doesn't live in a blue state. Their net tax drain is atrocious. They're net positive. They bring in more money than is spent on them. So it's just one, not true. So there's number one.
They steal our fucking money.
Excuse me? What do you mean they steal our money? Because they get paid doing a job? Where was that money going to go? Was it going to go to you if they didn't get paid? All right, Billy, let's look this up. Pull this up here. Are immigrants a net positive or net drain in terms of dollars? At the federal level in the U.S., recent CBO work from 2021 to 2026 surge finds that added immigration raises GDP by trillions and reduces cumulative federal deficits projected between 2024 and 2034. For state and local governments, immigrants, especially low-income families with school-age kids, tend to impose higher near-term costs like education, some healthcare, and social services than they generate in state and local revenues. So states and cities can see a net fiscal cost even when the federal government sees a net gain. Comprehensive modeling of the U.S. finds the overall net fiscal impact of immigrants is positive. And by the way, you can check all these sources here. This is according to the Social Security Administration. The CBO was the first one I'm citing here. Comprehensive modeling through SSRN says that the U.S. finds the overall net fiscal impact of immigrants is positive and often more favorable than for native-born when measured over a lifetime, though the effect is modest relative to total GDP. So, Billy, what do we say about that? What's your source that they're a net drain, Billy? I'm citing CBO, CFR, and Social Security Administration. What are yours? Mark said, this isn't about immigration. This is about punishing political opponents. No checks and balances, corruption to a core. We need to wake up. Agreed. Senna says, isn't it jarring for you that so many people online and in real life defend ICE murdering people, the DOJ blowing past the deadlines for the Epstein files release and Trump foreign interest in Greenland? Yeah. It's a weird way to exist. It's weird to exist in this world where there's so much obvious corruption, and we're so obviously in a fascist state currently. And most people in America are just walking around oblivious to the fact that it's happening. And that's how this stuff happens. That's how it happened in Germany, too. Most people didn't know all this stuff was happening. They just heard rumors, and they hear that the government's going after people, and they hear the stories like, I don't really think that my government would do that, and then it's too late. Where's Billy? Billy's going to need a source. Billy, House Committee said $150 billion in tax dollars spent on illegals. What was their source, Billy? I don't trust Republicans in the House. But even if it's $150 billion spent, how much did they bring in? You said net, Billy. So you must understand when you say net that you have to compare what's being brought in. So now it's costing more. So now not only are we losing that revenue, but it's going to cost us billions of dollars more to remove these people. Andy could have looked this stuff up. Maybe Andy did look this stuff up. But maybe like most MAGA, what Andy did after he found out the data didn't back him up is he dismissed the data as liberal propaganda.
Fucking money. They commit crime. They don't give a shit.
People in this country commit, native-born people in this country commit crimes at much higher rates than people who are not native-born, whether they are here legally or illegally. You can break that demographic down any way you want. They commit crimes at a lower rate. He's 0 for 4.
And they don't give a shit about our culture. They don't know.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit. Like, what culture do we have? What he's talking about is conservative culture. They don't give a shit about how we say they gotta stand for the flag, no trans people, no gay people. Everybody has to carry a gun unless you're a Dem, I guess. No, that's bad. Can't carry guns if you're a Dem. We don't have like a culture here. Yeah, maybe the culture of stealing from others, ironically. Yeah, that's a good point, Kirsten. Ironically, if they were committing crimes, if they were stealing from us, that is our culture. Go into another country and steal all their resources. That would be American culture.
Obey the customs of America. No. These are
customs of America. The fuck customs. Where's my white nationalists here? What are these customs that they're not obeying in America? Speak English. You're not going to talk to them anyways. What do you care? Learn Spanish. Educate yourself. They're trying. They're trying to learn English. You think the people that come here and don't speak English don't want to learn how to speak English? Of course they do. Do they have the resources to learn? Not often. Dolphin said, first, if you can't take your weapon to a protest, then by MAGA logic, everyone on J6 should have been mowed down. Second, I have a video of an ICE agent saying there's a domestic terrorist database. I sent it to Jen. It's on the outline, Dolphin, so you're good. Yeah, we used to be a melting pot. Now it's just for white chocolate, I guess.
Invaders. These people are here to take over. Right. They're not here to assimilate. Like, how do we?
Says who? Why are you guys all so goddamn afraid of everything? Why are you guys so fucking? They're invaders. They're taking over. How? What are they doing to take over here?
Have a hard time understanding this. And they're not going to go willingly. Mm-mm. So to all the people who are criticizing ICE, saying, "Oh, I can't believe they're doing this. This is crazy."
Yeah, it is crazy. You just went 0 for 5 on all of your stats. 0 for 5. And now here comes the angry passion, because this is what they do. This is what I was making fun of Lou for earlier. I'm going to show you the older millennial video in a minute. Like, instead of taking some time and figuring out what the fuck's going on, they put a camera in front of their face, they make up straw man arguments, and they yell. Just look something up, you dumb motherfuckers. You give a guy some steroids or some TRT and a beard and watch him yell, and it's all it takes. Nobody's gonna. You guys never fact check these people when they talk.
I can't believe they're doing this. This is crazy. Okay, how would you like it to be done?
Right.
Because they got to go.
Right.
So how would you like it to be done? Because I know how.
I already explained that. One, amnesty. First of all, for anybody that's here that has committed no crimes outside of being here illegally, give them amnesty. Have them pay taxes. They're not hurting anybody. They're not committing crimes. They're not committing violent crimes. They're not committing fraud. Why the fuck do we need these people gone? Why should they leave? Why not just stay here and pay taxes? Well, because he's, I don't know. That's what Ronald Reagan said. That's what both the Bushes said. It used to be Republicans. We want to have an immigration system that is both strong and compassionate. And now it's like we want an immigration that is strong and cruel because empathy and compassion are weakness. Yeah, people that are here that aren't breaking crimes, why the fuck do you want them gone? If it's not racist, if it's not xenophobic, what's the problem here? That's cheap. Doesn't cost us a thing. Why spend billions of dollars having ICE agents track them down if they're not committing crimes? Don't worry about it. Give them amnesty. Pathway to citizenship. Maybe you say, like, for 10 years, you can't collect any benefits. You got to pay into the system for 5 years, 10 years, whatever. I don't care. We can figure out a way to do it. But, like, treating them cruelly isn't the only option. Like, dipshit here it wants us to believe. What are we going to do? We have to treat them like shit. We have to beat on them. We have to do this. There's no other way. The law, yeah, he asked what we should do about it. Change the law. I agree with you. It's the law that if they're here illegally, that they should be removed. Change the law. Are you aware that we can do that in this country? Reagan gave amnesty. What were the effects of Reagan giving amnesty? Can anybody tell me how that hurt us as a country? I don't think it hurt us. I've never seen any study that said that, what was it, 3 million? I think he gave amnesty to 3 million people. 20 million is unsustainable. It's also a made-up number, Pat Jager. I don't know if you know this. Did you know that the administration has never given us a source for that 20 million number? And if there's 20 million people here illegally currently, then point to the problem. Point to what, when you say it's unsustainable, what do you mean by that? What problems are they causing that is unsustainable? Well, we did win an election and tried to change the laws, but you guys are so beholden to Donald Trump that Donald Trump told you guys to kill the law, and you just did it. What's unsustainable about 20 million people? Let's just say that they were. Let's say there were 20 million people here illegally. What was unsustainable about it? Social service, they're not making money, or they're not getting money from social services. Almost none. Fraud? No. Even the people that you're talking about, if you want to talk about the Minnesota fraud, those are citizens. Those aren't people here illegally, so this would affect none of that. Do you think that because they're Somali that they are here illegally? They're here legally. Most of them are citizens. Wage market? Pay them a living wage. If they're here legally, Zach, then they can't undercut the wages, right? And if people are undercutting wages, if there's a legal wage available that is so low that only people who are here from other countries will work that job, perhaps that job should pay more. Jamming RERs? No, they're not. There's no evidence of that. Can't drive worth a lick? That's not true either. You're just, again, making stereotypes based on Somalis who admittedly, like, driving was a problem. They hadn't driven before. And that's a state issue. They didn't do a good enough job. But even if you look at the statistics in the Somali communities, it's not like a bunch of people are dying. There's just like a couple more car crashes. Create housing shortages? I don't believe there's not a housing shortage. What are you talking about, tinfoil hat? We don't have a housing shortage in this country. We have millions of vacant homes right now. And take up seats in school. I think children should learn. I'm sorry. Can your kids not go to school? Expand your schools. Spend more on school. Crime up, crime's down. Crime's been going down for 20 years. Wages down. Raise the minimum wage. Stop doing trickle-down economics. I know many illegals that get benefits and work. No, you're lying. Give me some data on it. Nobody trusts your opinion there. Look how hard it is for you guys to explain what issues the 20 million people are causing here. You're struggling. That's why people call you xenophobic. That's why people call you racist. I'm not saying it, but we're giving you a chance here to explain what the fuck you mean by this. Yeah, tell that to all the housing I don't have in my town. That's because of illegal immigration? What town do you live in? Let's look at how many I am that is. Give me the town that you live in. Let's look it up. Let's look at your housing shortage in your town. Pat Yeager, you saying stuff, Pat Yeager, doesn't mean that you explained it. You were wrong. We fact checked what you said. You were wrong. Yeah, but I said it. You don't want to believe it. Yeah, I don't believe things that aren't true, dipshit. Oh, I said a thing. We fact checked it. It was wrong. Seattle? Seattle's housing problems were caused by corporations, specifically Amazon, coming in and buying up affordable housing. Nothing to do with immigrants. Okay, what town was it? That is? Ellie, is it Ellie, Nevada? I can't remember. Many vacant homes. Is that a mining town? I think you guys have some sort of big mine up there, right? Is it silver? You used to. I'm looking it up. Is it silver though that you guys have up there? What's the big economy there? The most reliable estimate indicates a housing vacancy rate of about 16%. So this is as of from realtor.com that there's currently 16% of the houses in Ellie that are open. If we can just look here. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Right here. If we just go to Zillow. Do this real quick. We can look at rent, because if we're talking about people who are here illegally, obviously they can't. So they can't vote, or excuse me, can't buy. Where did those houses go? Right there. Why is it giving me Utah? Maybe do they even have any for? I don't know how big it is. At least houses for sale there. How many? 69 results of houses for sale. Last estimate, which we pulled from, I pulled it from Perplexity. That was from rent. What did I say? It was from realestate.com. Said 16%. Let's go back. See if I can pull that search again. So that doesn't seem like a housing shortage. I'm ignorant. I get you, but I'm just fact checking. How come when I fact check things, you guys say ignorant? Housing stock overview. Ely has approximately 1,798 total housing units. Wow, that is a small place. Just under 1,800 total housing units, with single-family homes making up the majority, around 77%. Around 84% of units are typically occupied, leaving roughly 288 units vacant based on the 16% rate. Current listings show 80 homes. This is from Review Journal. Let's see what's causing what's causing the high vacancy rate there, or not high vacancy, excuse me. Driven mainly by long-term population decline and economic stagnation in this remote mining-dependent. Oh, that's right, not mining-dependent town. Eli's population has dropped steadily since peaking decades ago, from around 4,000 to about 3,900, leaving many homes unoccupied amid out-migration from younger residents. Reliance on volatile mining and corrections jobs failed to retain workers, with abandoned properties common due to lack of high demand and remoteness. 38% of the homes were built between the 40s and the 60s, many now vacant as owners age out or leave without maintenance. Recent reports highlight a severe housing shortage for workers in growing sectors like mining, creating a paradox. Overall high vacancies from decline, but low availability of suitable, affordable units. Rental vacancies hover around 15.5% in White Pine County. So I don't think that was right when you said that it was people who were here illegally were fucking up your housing situation. Not one person.
I would like it to be done, and it's definitely way more extreme than what we're seeing on television. Right?
Yeah, it's not extreme enough.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you want the bacon. You can't complain about how the fuck it gets made, bro.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. If I wanted bacon and I found out that they were physically beating on the pigs, that where I was getting the bacon, where they weren't doing, and I'm sorry for our vegan friends here or vegetarian friends here, but like there are ways that are more ethical than others. If I was getting bacon from a place that wasn't ethical, I would complain about that.
Dude,
you ever been to a butcher shop?
Yeah.
The shit ain't pretty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
man.
It ain't.
I want to point that out. Why am I defending illegal immigrants? And this is what you guys do every time. You make a claim, we fact check it, you're wrong. And instead of going, oh shit, you go, why are you even fact checking me? Why are you fact checking me in defense of illegal immigrants? I'm just fact checking you. Why did you think I was defending illegal immigrants? I want to do the right thing in the most humane way. That's it. I don't think that's too much to ask for. Do the right thing in the most humane way possible. And what they're saying is, literally, we would like to do this more inhumanely.
Pretty. It's the hypocrisy of people, right? Like, and they don't even see it in themselves. Like, they can't see it.
Okay, what's the hypocrisy that we have here? This guy that just got all 5 of his facts wrong and said, I want it to be more vicious. What's the hypocrisy that we have?
It's like, okay, you don't want the people here. You're complaining about the crime.
You won't have.
We were saying we don't want people here, and we were complaining about the crime. Crime's at historic lows, bud. In order for him to call us a hypocrite so far, he has made 2 arguments that none of us make. What's the rest of it?
House them in your house.
You won't take them into your house.
Yeah,
you won't. None of the shit that you say is actually true. Otherwise, you would be doing that.
Right.
And then you don't offer any alternative for how it could be done better. And then the
amnesty. He went 0 for 7 on his claims, invented a straw man to call us hypocrites, and then said we don't offer a solution that we all have said amnesty. I mean, there's a combination, right? Because you can't give everybody amnesty. Obviously, you want to go after violent criminals. Go after violent criminals. Don't murder Americans. Focus on violent criminals. Pathway to citizenship for those who are here who are causing no problems. That's what we want. That's not hypocritical. Like, I don't know what world these guys live in. I guess they just sit around with each other and they like never venture out. That's my guess with Andy. I'm going to guess that Andy doesn't, I've never seen this guy debate before. I'm going to guess that he doesn't bring on lefties to debate. I'm guessing he just sits around and makes bullshit claims so that he can act smart. And that's what all of MAGA is now. Like, you just make up, go watch any content creator and go watch their video. And it's just like, here's a claim that nobody is making. And here's why I'm against it. Literally just making up straw men to sound smarter. Legend said, trying to send this as a super chat, but it won't allow me to. Any idea what is flagging it? But been getting most of my super chats declined. I served a year in Somalia, 92 and 93. Spent the last couple of weeks in Minnesota. The Somali people are definitely assimilating. I'm proud to see their success. Thank you. Legend, always good to see you. Update this real quick. Did I miss any other ones? Amy Lynn said 14.9 to 15.1 million vacant homes in the United States. Whoops. Sky Fox says American culture is ranch dressing and gun violence. That's devastatingly true. Mark said this isn't about immigration. It's about pushing political opponents. No checks and balances, corruption to a core. We need to wake up. I think I did get that one. Let's go here. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded. So the ways to help us out are listed above. There's Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal, Super Chats, and on TikTok, of course, gifts. We prefer the payment apps. They take a less of a percentage, but do it how you want to do it. All right, moving on. Get back to my outline here. This was, I didn't know who this journalist was. This was Tom Bevan. So I admitted I want to give him credit because I'm stealing his idea. It said, I've been doing this for 25 years. Can probably count on one hand the number of times the editorial boards of the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, and New York Post have all agreed on an issue. Now remember, Wall Street Journal's right-leaning, New York Times left-leaning, Washington Post left-leaning, although they are very much pro-capitalism, and they've taken a right shift since Bezos bought them. And then the New York Post, which is literally like right-wing propaganda. Here's all their headlines today. From the editorial board at, I believe this is, I think this is Wall Street Journal. Time for ICE to pause in Minneapolis. The unjust killing of Alex Pretti marks a turning point in Trump's second term. What Trump's next move needs to be in Minneapolis? De-escalate. It's time to de-escalate. New York Times, the Trump administration is lying to our faces. Congress must act. The world's not on your side, MAGA. America's not on your side, MAGA. You are a severe minority right now in cheerleading what we're seeing right now, the armed Gestapo in the streets. You know how far you have to go to get like everyday Americans to care about immigrants? You know how fucked up you have to be? We've been treating immigrants poorly in this country my entire life. For every major news outlet now, including many people on Fox News, saying we've gone too far. You know how far you have to go for Fox to say that you've gone too far? Crazy. Michael says 56 died under Obama, not a peep. Not true, Michael. I showed you headlines from the Obama administration earlier. NPR, PBS, Washington Post. There were lots of people who criticized Obama for this same thing. The difference is Obama's ICE wasn't out murdering American citizens. They weren't doing no warrant invasions of people's homes. They weren't just going around and stopping everybody with brown skin demanding to see their papers. It's totally different. Yeah, no protests. Exactly, Mike. That illustrates the point that I was just making. Do you know how fucking far you have to go past the line before people protest? We passed the line so far. And by the way, 37 dead under this administration, Michael. 37 dead under this administration. Obama was president for 8 years. 37 and more now. That was from last week. There's at least 3 more that I know of. So we're at least at 40. We're going to blow those out of the water. But that's the point. You're making my point for me. Every president has treated immigrants poorly. Every one of them. And we didn't really protest. This is different. Who on Fox is claiming ICE went too far? We'll get there. What? The traitors. This is Chris Medell. This is a long video. We probably won't watch the whole thing. He is one of 3 leading candidates for governor in Minnesota, a Republican, a dyed-in-the-wool Republican, somebody who is a fan of Donald Trump. Here's his announcement.
I love Minnesota. I was born and raised here. My immediate family lives here. My extended family lives here. It's my home.
Real quick, Crazy Jay, what hate do you think I'm pushing today? Before I play this video, what hate am I pushing today, Crazy Jay? I'm getting tired. Like, my comments are flooded all the time with these like fence sitters. Everybody just stop. Stop what? Where did I go too far today, Crazy Jay? What hatred am I pushing today? I don't know if I've even mentioned Trump's name today, outside of the people that were praising him. I'm tired of you. You're the guy just like, guys, just stop. Stop the hate. Well, my Jewish neighbors are being taken on a train to a concentration camp. Yeah, but what about these names? Just let's all get along. Let's all get along while we do concentration camps. Stop what? Listen, brother, with all due respect, Crazy Jay, like when you say stop the hate, what are you talking about? It is not hate to point at ICE and say, stop that. You're murdering Americans. That's not hate. We just had a guy die trying to protect a woman. They pulled him from behind and executed him in broad daylight. Stop it, guys. Stop overreacting. No, dude. I'm not going to, and I'm not going to sit here and break bread with the people who are cheerleading it. We're going to point it out. Maybe you need to be more comfortable in uncomfortability. Uncomfortability, that's tough to say. It's not a time for fence sitters right now. There's a group of people who are openly cheerleading our rights being stripped away. And I think that people are upset about that. And telling them to calm down is a silly thing to do right now.
Minnesota. I was born and raised here.
All right, once again, one of the top 3 candidates in Minnesota. By all accounts, might have been the leading candidate for the Republicans in Minnesota.
My immediate family lives here. My extended family lives here. It's my home. I decided to run for governor because I firmly believe that Minnesota needs serious and systemic change. Fraud is rampant. Our streets are unsafe. We need to honor and respect law enforcement much more. Our education results lag behind Mississippi. Our taxes are absurdly high, and we're losing great businesses and people because of those taxes and ever-increasing regulations. I believe Minnesota has seriously lost its way. Since I announced my candidacy on December 1, I am extremely proud of what we've accomplished. I started as a relative unknown candidate and emerged as a leading Republican contender in less than 2 months. Honestly, we've accomplished more in less than 2 months than I ever dreamed possible, and I cannot thank my friends and supporters enough for getting me here. You've been there for me, and I will forever be grateful. But today, I announced the end of my campaign. I have 2 primary reasons for this decision. Number 1, I cannot support the National Republicans' stated retribution on the citizens of our state, nor can I count myself a member of a party that would do so. I support the originally stated goals of Immigrations and Customs Enforcement's Operation Metro Surge in locating and deporting the worst of the worst from our state. And I've seen many examples of ICE arresting non-U.S. citizens in Minnesota convicted of serious crimes, including murder, rape, and child sexual assault. No reasonable person should want these people here, and I am glad that they are gone. But Operation Metro Surge has expanded far beyond its stated focus on true public safety threats. United States citizens, particularly those of color, live in fear. United States citizens are carrying papers to prove their citizenship. That's wrong. ICE has authorized its agents to raid homes using a civil warrant that need only be signed by a Border Patrol agent. That's unconstitutional and it's wrong.
Rhino, right? There's a rhino.
Weaponizing criminal investigations against political opponents is unconstitutional, regardless of who is in power. Republicans and Democrats alike have engaged in this misconduct, and both must be held to the same standard. They need to do better. And I have read about and I have spoken to countless United States citizens who have been detained in Minnesota due to the color of their skin. I personally have spoken to several law enforcement officers, some Hispanic and some Asian, who have been pulled over by ICE on pretextual stops. Driving while Hispanic is not a crime. Either is driving while Asian. At the end of the day, I have to look my daughters in the eye and tell them I believe I did what was right. And I am doing that today. Now, the second reason I'm ending my campaign is that I am, above all else, a pragmatist. And the reality is that the National Republicans have made it nearly impossible for a Republican to win a statewide election in Minnesota. It is a simple fact.
All right. The rest gets into like the party politics. You can go watch that if you want, but the rest of it is his problems within the party. It's a Republican, dyed in the wool Republican. Heavily critical of Tim Walz, heavily critical of Minnesota, lives in Minnesota. Yeah, none of you have a chance in Minnesota. Republicans have no fucking shot in Minnesota. So I appreciate saying, he has no shot. It seems like that's a guy who went and did a bunch of research, also went on the ground. He's just saying the same thing I am. Thank you, yeah. His name's Chris Madell, Madel. It's just a guy that says, like, I can't look my kids in the face if I back this administration. Yeah, one guy. That's what we do, one at a time. But that's a serious guy. You know, it's not you. That's one guy that has a lot of sway. When we showed you the polls earlier, you guys are dying in every poll. There's not a single swing state where you guys aren't underwater in polling. People in Minnesota are communists. That's what you say when you don't know what the fuck to say right now, Tom. I appreciate that. That's what I'm seeing from most of you today. Not a lot of good arguments. This is probably the worst day for Republicans in this chat that I've seen in a long time. It's just saying you lie, insulting me, and insulting every single source. Not one of you has formed any sort of coherent argument. And when you have tried, we've pulled it up, and the fact checks aren't going in your way. I'm in Minnesota. I'm a communist. There you go. Why wouldn't we win the elections? Why wouldn't we win the elections? If all the polling says that Americans don't like Donald Trump, are you saying that he's going to steal the elections? What are you saying there? Yeah, I kind of agree with you there, 43 Sade. The point is to take over the polls. Yeah, the point is to suppress the vote. There's not enough votes for Republicans unless they can repress votes. I said at the beginning, but like their strategy doesn't make any sense. They're doing the exact opposite of what the American people in general want, and they need normally to win elections. You need to be on the right side of what Americans want, and that's how Trump won in 2024. Unless you're somebody who thinks that there was some fuckery, which fair enough. But he was on the right side of at least a lot of the issues that Americans were being polled on, specifically immigration. He was on the right side of that polling. Now he's on the wrong side of that polling. That was huge for him. He was on the right side of the economy in that polling. Now he's buried underwater on that. He was on the right side of the Epstein files. Now he's buried underwater on the Epstein files. He was on the right side of foreign policy. Now he's buried on the other side in foreign policy. Because everything he told you he was going to do, he's not doing. Nothing's going well for you. Nothing's going well for any of us. You just like that he's in office. Yeah, overall Trump approval ratings, 39%. Thank you. 89% for Republicans, 6% for Dems, and 30% for independents. He's going to need that. Or maybe the people right now, the Republicans who are actively calling for the invocation of the Insurrection Act, maybe they see the writing on the wall. And this is the other problem. Like, does anybody really think that, is there a single Republican? If Donald Trump came out tomorrow and was like, we're canceling the 2026 elections, what Republican outside of Thomas Massie is going to stand up and say no to that? Well, none of you would. Everybody in this chat every day, if Trump said we're canceling the 2026 midterms, you would all go along with it. That's what I'm most concerned about, is people's fealty to Donald Trump and their willingness to do whatever he says at any time, just to lie right to the American people. Democratic socialist activist breakers like yourself instigated, see the writing on the wall, and all the states that are cooperating with federal authorities don't have issues that you. Yeah, this is the dumbest argument. You guys are fucking stupid, man. What about these other states are cooperating? You guys surged Minnesota. The only place that we ever have these problems are places that Donald Trump goes after for retribution. California and Minnesota. Oh man, his political opponents. He went after Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. That's crazy. He didn't do this in those states, did he? He did it in 2 states specifically. The 2 states of his political opponents. That's why. All right, let's keep going here. I want to show this, just a reminder that these ICE agents go after kids. This is there's some music behind this. I'm not sure why, but remember we showed this. This was the same day that Renee Good was shot, and just a couple hours later, ICE decided to go to a high school and beat up children.
Just hours after a federal agent fatally shot a woman in her vehicle, we captured these scenes at Roosevelt High School, a few miles away.
The first thing I see is 6 or 7 or 8 SUVs parked in the street, people in, military fatigues essentially, en masse. There were lots of yelling, whistling. It was really chaotic.
It was around 3:30 p.m. Classes had been dismissed and students were trickling out of school.
We were in a staff meeting talking about the
thanks, Philly Alex. I missed that earlier for all the gifted subs. Appreciate you.
Shooting that happened earlier in the day. Another staff member came in and informed us within about 5 or 10 minutes of that meeting starting that the agents were outside.
Teacher Nick Wilson ran out and started filming on his phone. One student said she fled the scene after seeing agents emerging from their cars.
We see them tackle teachers on the floor, and that's when I was like, oh my God. I ran because I was scared.
Schools. Got to go to schools. Got to go to high schools. You guys want to explain this one? No violent, we checked. No violent criminals arrested here. Why are we going to schools? Yeah, but the church. Yeah, but people went in and yelled at a church. I appreciate that. Wow, we woo. Appreciate that. It's hanging out at high schools, beating on kids. Remember, there's a video of a kid. He throws a snowball at an officer, and then he runs away. And the officer is obviously safe, but the officer chases him down, and as he's running away, fires, I guess, whatever they're shooting out of that gun, the yellow gas. And a bunch of kids now are gassed because somebody threw a snowball at him. Then a bunch of other kids had to get gassed. I saw that, Namasi. ICE is in church parking lots today. Yeah.
For my life.
In a statement to the New York Times, the Department of Homeland Security said agents were...
Yeah, he shouldn't have thrown the snowball, but the ICE agent also didn't get any retribution. The ICE agent took one shot. It didn't hit the kid who hit the snowball. It hit a bunch of other people who were standing around, and then he turned around and went right back to what he was doing. He was just a silly little guy with big feelings who wanted revenge, and he got it on a bunch of people who did nothing wrong. Kids at a high school, by the way.
Chasing a U.S. citizen who they said had rammed his vehicle into a government vehicle before driving and stopping in a school zone. DHS said that it was not targeting the school, its students, or its staff. The Times independently confirmed that one educator was detained by federal agents and has since been released.
He made me not want to.
Yeah, I love this. So the kid assaulted him. Yes, the kid assaulted him. And as retribution for that kid assaulting him, he gassed like 10 kids who did nothing wrong. And the kid who assaulted him didn't get hit with it. And he didn't even chase the kid down. The kid stopped like 50 feet away and stood there and watched the rest of the time. So yes, the kid assaulted him and they punished innocent people for it. You fucking losers, man. You fucking bitch ass losers. Well, those kids were standing there. They deserve to be. These are fucking kids, man. They're fucking kids. You're gassing kids because somebody else threw a snowball at you. You fucking bitch ass losers. You will justify anything. You fucking bitches. We deal with you guys all fucking day, but we're talking about kids at a school now, and some bitch-ass ICE agent who gets his feelings hurt and gasses a bunch of kids. Fuck you if you're celebrating this. Fuck everybody who's saying that those kids deserved it.
Come back to school no more because it's so terrifying. So yeah, that's how I feel.
Minneapolis public schools told the Times the incident is currently under investigation and that all MPS schools are closed.
God damn, if a kid hit me with a snowball, I wouldn't do a goddamn thing because I'm not a bitch. I'm not a thin-skinned little bitch. Yeah, I'm mad. Yes, I'm mad at law enforcement responding. Yes. They weren't at a riot, Paul Jones. They were at school, you dumb motherfuckers. These kids were at school. School had just let out. They were waiting for their rides, sitting outside. ICE showed up. They gassed a bunch of fucking kids who did nothing.
Closed until Monday.
Where are we at? Ban Larry. Larry, you're done. Ban Larry forever. I'm done with Larry.
Out of an abundance of caution.
I'm still kind of in shock that was something that happened at this place, I've called home.
Yeah, like these are kids now, Larry. I know you're a troll, but fuck you, man. We're not going to do this with kids. Let's jump into to this real quick. This now reporting coming from multiple DHS officials that even this is a bridge too far for DHS officials. There are some people with like a little semblance of humanity left in them at DHS, and the obvious murder that we saw this weekend with Alex Pretti, that was enough for them.
More on the backlash after the fatal shooting of Alex Pretti by immigration agents in Minneapolis, as videos are contradicting the account that is coming from the federal government tonight. There's mourners that are paying respects to the ICU nurse on the ground in Minneapolis, as there's growing criticism coming from inside the Department of Homeland Security, where multiple DHS officials tell my colleague CNN's Priscilla Alvarez they're furious with how the agency...
How's my feelings about the kids in church that were scared? I covered this. I said that the people that went into that church and yelled and scared people, they should be charged with whatever crime you want to charge them with. That's what I said. I didn't defend that either. I think the people, I understand why they were mad, and I understand that they went in and I wouldn't have done that. They did. If you want to charge them with a crime, charge them with a fucking crime. I don't care. Do I think they need to be beaten and murdered? No. I think they should just be charged with a crime. We've covered that. I'm not advocating for people breaking the law, which is why I'm against what ICE is doing. Not once have I ever defended a single person who has assaulted an ICE officer. Not once. Not one fucking time have you heard that come out of my mouth.
And Secretary Kristi Noem is handling the shooting. Some of those sentiments have been fueled by what we heard from Secretary Noem earlier in a swift defense of the federal officers involved, and also her claims about Pretti himself. Priscilla joins me now. And Priscilla, what are you hearing exactly from these officials? What did they make of what they're hearing from Secretary Noem?
Well, Caitlin, as they've had more time to absorb the videos that have been circulating on social media and that the American public has also been looking at and dissecting, they have grown more frustrated and more concerned, not only about the shooting incident, but also the public response by the Department of Homeland Security. These are officials who are keenly aware that they risk
Thanks, Joel.
even more reputational harm, which affects them in their operations and could also have long-term consequences that they are going to have to wrestle with in the years to come. Now, of course, this is all stemmed really from what they've seen online and what they've heard from the Trump administration. And in my conversations, they simply can't square, just as many other people who've observed this can't, what happened in that shooting incident and what the Department of Homeland Security Secretary has been saying. As you mentioned, Caitlin, she swiftly defended the agent yesterday, and this morning did much of the same. Take a listen.
He came to that scene and impeded a law enforcement operation, which is...
We're going to watch the video in a minute. I don't know where the evidence of him impeding is. And it's going to get sick from some of these Republicans just in advance. It's going to be sick to watch them try and claim he's impeding. This is actually pretty fucking sick by Kristi Noem here.
Against federal law. It's a felony. When he did that, interacting with those agents, when they tried to get him to disengage, he became aggressive and resisted them.
Now, she's also said that the intent...
For anybody that I know you guys want to, like Ryan, you guys want to talk about Charlie Kirk all the fucking time. You weren't shot. Stop using Charlie Kirk's death as a way for you to be a victim. But to answer your question, I was live when Charlie Kirk got shot. And when Charlie Kirk got shot, you can go rewatch it. It was an emotional day for me. I don't like political violence. I didn't condone it. But Charlie wasn't shot by his government. We don't protest individual crimes. Who would you protest? What the fuck am I supposed to do? I didn't even know who shot him. I had nobody to protest at that time. You protest against the government. You guys always want to play this whataboutism shit. Well, why didn't anybody protest when Laken Riley was shot? Because her killer was arrested and we went through due process. And who the fuck were we supposed to protest there? Right? But when the government kills somebody, I protest. Because I pay them to not kill me. I pay them to not kill people. It's horrific that people commit crimes. It's horrific that people kill other people. It's horrific that somebody shot Charlie Kirk. But unlike Charlie Kirk, his killer is behind bars. And in this case, I'm watching assassinations executions, and the people doing the executing are our government, and they're roaming free, and then the government goes out and lies about them. Makes up stories about the story that I just watched with my own eyes. I watched what happened. And then I see Kristi Noem and Greg Bovino go out and lie. So that's why people are protesting this. But you guys, you don't get to complain about Charlie Kirk all goddamn day. We didn't do it. One guy did it. And I don't know anybody. I'm sure people did, but I don't know a single person who said, good job to that guy. I'm sure people have. But I didn't. Why is it that you guys are ready to say, like, that's unjust? Totally unjust. But you can't watch these executions and say, at the very least, like, they didn't have to shoot. Even if you thought Renee Good was a threat, even if you thought this guy was a threat, you didn't have to shoot on any of them. Chose to. And you're defending it. Even if I give you the best case scenario that Renee Good was trying to hit that officer, he obviously got out of the way because I saw him get out of the way. I saw him fire 2 shots after he was out of the way. He didn't need to fire shot 2 and 3, even if we accept shot 1. Shot 2, shot 3, he was safe. What's he shooting at then at that point? The threat is gone. And then they don't even investigate it. They let that woman sit there and bleed out and die, and there's a doctor saying, can I help? No, you can't help. That doctor also swore an oath to help people in time of need. Find out that for 8 minutes, her heart was still going. 8 minutes. They jumped right at Charlie Kirk. They jumped right on Charlie Kirk. Drove Charlie Kirk to the hospital. Broke a bunch of laws to do it, which was fine. Took him straight to the hospital. There was nobody stepping in there going, oh, actually, guys, we need to wait for the proper authorities. It wasn't even the police. It was just Charlie's friends did it. They left Renee there to bleed out and die for 8 minutes. Don't play this Charlie Kirk shit. I'm tired of you guys using Charlie Kirk's death as your own personal victimhood. Nobody came after you. One kid raised by conservatives in a cult, the same cult I was raised in, came from a family of guns and believed that sometimes you got to settle things with guns, shot Charlie Kirk. Not me, not Democrats. One guy. And he's in court. And none of us have said, like, let him go. He'll face the consequences.
Of the intent here was to massacre law enforcement, that he was brandishing a weapon. And in the videos that have been made public, none of that appears to be true. And that is what Homeland Security officials are wrestling with. And their concern is that ultimately the secretary is doing a disservice to the department. In fact, one Homeland Security official told me the following, quote, the department needs a law enforcement leader, not a sycophant. In addition to that, I've heard that some Border Patrol agents who are on the ground in Minneapolis are starting to become unconvinced that this is a productive use of time, and that is doing operations there, given the tenuous situations that they are finding themselves in. So,
David says, fuck ice. Melissa says, we can't have Jesus flipping tables. Yeah, that's right. It's a good reminder that Jesus was killed for protesting. He was a criminal that got killed for protesting. And all he did the entire time his life was in existence was preach that you should take care of poor people and foreigners. And then he was murdered by his government for being a protester. Something you might want to think about.
Certainly, Caitlin, there are fractures within the Department of Homeland Security over this incident and the way the Trump administration has handled it so far.
Yeah, Priscilla Alvarez, thank you for that reporting. Anderson is back on the ground in Minneapolis. And Anderson, I think just given Priscilla's reporting, it also stands out that we heard from the Border Patrol official in charge earlier saying,
what was he killed for then? He wasn't a criminal? What do you mean that's not why he was killed? Why was Jesus killed then, Aaron Klosterman? Want to explain it? Wasn't his government that accused him of crimes? He wasn't a protester? So when he went in and he flipped the tables, he wasn't protesting? When he talked about how impossible it is for a rich man to get into heaven, that wasn't protesting? When he gave big sermons and people came out to hear him talk about how he thought that everybody should be treated equally, that wasn't protesting? He was legitimately a protester. Where's Klosterman claiming to be a messiah? Lots of people were killed for the same thing back then. So he was killed for crimes? That's what I said. It was blasphemy against Jewish religious leaders, and then sedition. Against who? So he was a seditionist. Yeah. It wasn't just the blasphemy. It wasn't just that. It was also sedition. He said it was Pilate said that this was that Jesus created a direct challenge to Tiberius and Roman authority. Read your Bibles, Christians. You guys forget to read your Bibles?
All those agents that you see in that video, they are still on the job. They just have been reassigned to other scenes, he said, out of concern for their safety.
And we have no update on any aspect of this investigation. And as you know, state officials are not part of this investigation. And according to state officials, they weren't allowed to the crime scene to do any kind of investigation or examination on their own, even though they had a search warrant signed by a judge. So there's a lot of.
How does that work out? Can you guys explain that to me? People that are responsible to investigate a crime scene, they have a signed warrant from a judge. They can't do their job. Is that part of our laws now, that ICE can just tell local law enforcement, go fuck yourself? You got a signed judicial warrant. ICE is now above the judicial branch of this country. Is that where we're at now? ICE doesn't have to listen to the courts. I know you think Trump doesn't. I get that. Is that where we're at now? Fuck the courts. Fuck everybody but Donald Trump. Everything Donald Trump says is law. Courts don't matter. Oh, ICE does okay, there we go. Yeah, ICE does supersede the courts. Got it. Thanks, Paul. I was unaware. I didn't know that you could create a branch of a department within the executive branch that could ignore the courts. I didn't know that. Thank you for. Where do we find that, by the way? Where's that law? What part of the Constitution is that? I'm looking for it.
Questions about what sort of an investigation, actually, who are they actually investigating and what are they investigating if they are? And there's certainly a lot of suspicion by people who are out in the streets who just do not believe certainly what Secretary Noem has said or Greg Bavino, who essentially echoed her in these allegations accusing this man of essentially being a domestic terrorist.
What'd you say? I understand state law goes over federal, right? Yeah, anything not assigned to the feds is the state. But of course, ICE can't just ignore a judicial order, right? Of course, ICE can't just ignore a warrant because they want to. Unless you're MAGA, then you're like, anything this administration does, they're allowed to do. The Constitution no longer applies. Did I miss any comments here? I feel like I'm missing some. Oh, Jen, is that where we're at with Good Troubles? That's Benji's mission to feed families. 175,000 raised. That's fucking crazy. Good job, Good Trouble. And thanks to everybody who's donating that. That's amazing. All right. I just want to show you this. It was minus 25 in Minnesota. And this is Lara Capone and Danielle Bobo, who are doing a constitutionally protected activity in videotaping federal officials doing their job. And here's how federal officials respond to people doing something that's well within the law.
ICE is approaching my vehicle. No, I'm not rolling my window down.
Now, again, ICE can't do anything here. ICE can't tell citizens that they have to roll their window down. Unless they're committing a felony, ICE can't do anything. And if they are committing a felony, ICE can detain them until law enforcement gets there. But because they don't suspect either of these two to be committing an immigration crime, ICE can't do any of this stuff. You'll notice they're well within their rights.
I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just driving around my community.
Good morning. We're gonna break out your window and extract you from the vehicle.
We are press Italian.
This is the only warning. If you keep following us,
we're not doing anything wrong.
We are press.
If you keep following us from this point on, you're on camera right now. We will break your window and we will pull you out of the vehicle.
We're just going to break the law. I love you guys. What do you mean? But citizens can attack ICE agents, right? Well, we'll get to that. I don't think citizens can attack ICE agents. But let's talk about let's stick to this video right here. Explain to me how this, isn't this a crime right here? Stopping, impeding a roadway? Isn't this exactly why Renee Good is dead now? Impeding a roadway here? So ICE doesn't have to follow traffic laws either. They can just show up and they can threaten people. Can we get an explanation for this one, please? What are they doing wrong? Why is ICE threatening them? Is that a statute? Of course, it's intimidating women. They love threatening women. It's their favorite thing. Their dicks don't work, so they threaten women. I agree. This dude right here in the white hat's a joke. Thank you. I appreciate that. Faded. Nothing from you guys? They can detain illegals. That's the law. That's true. But they cannot stop and harass citizens. No. Federal law is always at outset above state law. Only a federal judge later could say it's okay. No, it doesn't. Federal law. If there is federal law that exists, but there's no federal law that says that a state that you can override a warrant because you want to. You can't just, federal officials can't ignore a warrant because they want to. Yeah, an explanation would matter. An explanation would matter here. Nothing's illegal here. The only people breaking the law that I can see are ICE. That's a good reminder. Thank you. Where is it? Like, nobody's as soft as a conservative. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Those conservative men are soft as shit. That's why every time you go to a conservative podcast, it's like, and now to our sponsor, Blue Chew. Your dick can work again. You don't have to scream at women when your dick doesn't work. This'll fix it. You don't have to scream at the women. It's fine. Just get a little Blue Chew. It'll firm right up, and you can take care of your feelings. All right. Now let's get to this. This is the part that's going to be hard to watch. One more. This one. And this is the shit that's alarming. Because now we're talking about a totalitarian police state. Federal agents turning on American citizens and creating databases of American citizens. Remember, ICE's job is to go after immigrants. They have no lawful authority over you or I. If they have a problem with you filming, it's a law enforcement question, but it's not something that they have the right to do.
It's not illegal to record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So
For videotape?
They're making a database of people who are recording them. Taking pictures of their face, their license plates, and we now have a database of people. Is that what we're doing? We're doing police state shit now. Jacob, hate to do this to you. If ICE comes up to me and tells me to roll down my window, can you cite a law that says if I'm just recording them? Can you cite a statute that gives them the right to try and force me to roll down my window? They can say it, I guess. It's not a lawful order. Why do you think ICE walked away when those women didn't roll down their windows? Because it's not a lawful order, right? Otherwise, they would have just broken the window. Well, that's the difference, though, Gavsty. Bro, that's exactly what the rioters are doing. Taking plates and stalking. That's legal. You're allowed to. You can take plate numbers of government officials. You can record government officials. You can record the police. You can take a picture of their license plate and you can post it. That's legal. The reverse is not legal. Don't tread on me, crowd is like, tread, dude, so much tread on me. That's why we have the First Amendment. That's why we have the freedom of press, the freedom of speech. Is we're allowed to watch our government officials. We're allowed to record them. That's why you can walk into a post office and record if you want to. And if they tell you you can't, you can tell them to go fuck themselves. If you're in public anywhere, you can record these officials. It's part of the First Amendment. And when you say, well, if they can do it, we can do it, and you're referring to ICE, no, they can't. You bitch-ass cucks. You absolute bitch-ass, tread on me harder, daddy cucks. No, they're not allowed to do that. Any questions on that? Yes, they can. Billy, Billy, cite a source. Cite your source there, Billy. I need a statute. Somebody mute Billy Talent for 5 minutes. Billy, when you come back in 5 minutes, I need you to explain, you need to show me where ICE can, what gives ICE the right to videotape you and create a database. Thank you. We'll see you in 5 minutes, bud.
Are you crazy? It's not illegal to record.
Why are you cheerleading a police state, you bitches? What's going on with you? What made you this way? That's the thing. Like you say, like, I already am in a database. Do I have a phone? Correct. That's against the law. And this government has decided that, like, there were already blurred lines. But now this government has said, we're just going to do it. No more lines. We're just going to do it. We're going to take those databases where all of you have information that are mostly owned by corporations, and they're going to use those databases against American citizens. If you ever find yourself in an argument with the government, if you ever find yourself thinking the government has gone too far, just know that what we've established now is that the government can then come and intimidate you and try and get you to be quiet. They can follow you. They can put your name in a database. They'll threaten you. You don't get to use your free speech speaking out against us. Whether you like ICE or not, if you are not celebrating protest, are you really like that American? Are you really that into free speech here? Or are you perhaps just somebody who doesn't like people who think different than you, and so you're like, I like when the government shuts people up who say things I don't like? What'd you say, Wowie? Let me look. As long as they are just doing it in public, wouldn't that make it legal for them to do? Although this is some great George Orwell stuff, is no good. Look, they can probably record as a First Amendment right, ICE agents, but what they can't do is threaten citizens. What they can't do is collect that information and throw it in a database. All right. Where's this? Let's get into the shooting. This is going to be hard to watch. Let's start with Kash Patel first on Maria Bartiromo. What I want to show you first is the justification and the abandonment of both the First and Second Amendment by all of MAGA now, at least all of your elected leaders, where now exercising your First and Second Amendment rights, it means you can die in this country.
I mean, thousands of people are marching through Minneapolis. They are targeting the Border Patrol. I mean, it feels like the rhetoric and the protesting is only ramping up. What is your advice to the people right now who are outraged that this is a second killing at the hands of Border Patrol in 2 weeks?
As Christy said, you cannot bring a firearm
loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that.
Huh? This your guy, Republicans? Want to hear that again?
You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple. You don't have that right to break the law.
Huh? You can't carry a firearm anymore in this country? Remember when we told you that Donald Trump would try and take people's firearms? What are we doing here? Pro 2A crowd, I need to hear about this. Since when? Solomon, we already heard you. I'll mute you, Solomon. Answer this question. Can you go to a protest with a firearm in Minnesota? I love that you're saying it's all emotion. We're fact checking. All we do on the show is fact check. Conservatives are like, it's all emotion. No, Bill, stay with me. You don't get to go ahead, Bill. That's not what he's saying. Don't change what he's saying, Bill. He didn't say, and then fight with police. Here's what he said.
In 2 weeks.
As Christie said, you cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple. You don't.
Yes, you can. Chris, the mute. We might have to get Muty here because we're gonna ask questions. Somebody want to cite the statute that says you can't bring a firearm in Minnesota? By the way, he wasn't really at a protest. There was like 5 people there. Somebody want to cite that statute? Isn't Minnesota's an open carry state, correct? We got one here? I'm not asking, it's not about why, JS. I'm asking the question. Kash Patel leads the FBI. He says it's illegal to do so. We could argue that maybe bringing a gun wasn't the smartest thing. That's fine. You can argue that. But that's not what Kash Patel's saying. So stay on topic. Why is Kash Patel saying that you can't do that? Jacob, you gave me a statute? Where's the statute? Do it one more time, Jacob. The chat moves fast. I'll watch for you this time. Copy and paste it real quick. Do you have a license? Did you read the laws for your state? I don't need I don't need a license here. Different states are different. But I did look at Minnesota. It's an open carry state. Jacob, what was the statute that you cited here that said you cannot, as you're going out to protest? And again, I would argue he's not protesting. I would argue that he's following ICE. But can you, where's that statute? There it is. Okay. ICE agents can arrest you for interfering with their operations. Oh, we're talking about this. We've done 18 USC 111, but collective groan from my audience here. I will show you once again that you guys don't know what the fuck you're looking at with 18 USC 111 here. If somebody forcibly assists or assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated in section 1114, which includes ICE, while engaged in or account on the performance of official duties. In neither one of these cases did Renee Good or Alex Pretti interfere with the performance of official duties. Renee Good was in her car. They could have driven around her. She could not go forward because there was an ICE car blocking her in. So at that point, they're accusing her of a traffic violation because she's not impeding them from doing their job. They could clearly go around her. So there was no official duty there. So it doesn't apply there. And in this case with Alex wasn't interfering with their performance of their official duties unless you think that macing a woman and pushing her to the ground is their official duty. And him just standing in between the two of them. Probably a better argument with Alex than you do with Renee, but we'll see what happens in court. But then we're going to have a problem figuring out like why they use deadly force. That's the two different problems they're going to have. Renee Goods is going to be an easy one. That guy's fucked. This one he's fucked as well. But you might be able to say that this was in or account of performance of official duties. This one, 18 U.S. 11 or 111, may apply here. We'll see. But they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna have any ability to defend using deadly force. That's gonna be fucking crazy. I don't think there's any chance. But once again, Kash Patel is saying that you can't open carry in an open carry state, apparently. And he had a permit. Thank you.
Don't have that right to break the law and incite violence. We will, of course, always protect your First Amendment speech. And if you peacefully protest, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. But you have seen a trend here, not just in Minnesota, but across the country, in these protests turning into violent scenarios and people attacking law enforcement.
All right. Well, we'll look at the video here in a minute. But the way I'm viewing this video, it looks like law enforcement was the only one that was really violent. Jack Puss a Bitch tweeted this out. A lot of pro Second Amendment people said, dude, he legally didn't have ID on him dressed in tactical gear, and they expect us to believe he had his 9mm and all those extra mags just getting his Saturday steps in on the way to work. Well, nobody thinks that he was on his way to work getting his Saturday steps in. We know what he was there to do. He was there to watch ICE. Not having your ID in Minnesota is a civil infraction. It gives you a $25 fine. That's it. So, like, look how far you guys will go to say, like, we don't want to do the Second Amendment anymore. And that wouldn't be in the official duties of ICE, obviously. They can't enforce a civil infraction. So, what are we justifying here? Moving forward, this is going to piss a lot of you off. Oh, is this? Take it down?
Illegal.
We're going to show you the older millennial who certainly must be getting paid by somebody to be this absolutely wrong and still have this video up. I've said it once, I'll say it again. Ironic for a guy who resisted arrest. This bloated fuck here down in the corner, when police came for him, ran, got caught. Police didn't shoot him. He pissed his pants and sat there crying, telling police, I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. I can't stop peeing. This is somebody who actually resisted arrest and everything was fine. Watch the amount of lies he's about to tell right here is astonishing. I've talked to him enough times that he should know how to get to the truth. And so this tells me that this is a sick fuck grifter who is just lying for money.
Observer in Minneapolis that just got murdered.
Liberals are like children that discovered bad words. The minute they hear some new fucking term that was used in some obscure law 100 fucking years ago, they never stop saying it. Legal observer, huh? Legal observer was murdered?
Yeah.
Could it be? I don't know. Maybe he pulled a firearm on federal officers. If you
pulled a firearm on federal officers? He did? We're going to watch the video in a minute. Any guys seen a video of him pulling a firearm on federal officers?
Guys, if you guys were unaware, that gets you shot. And just to be clear, not only did he pull the firearm, he clacked off a round. He
fired at them. He pulled it. According to this bloated fuck, he shot at them. Millions of followers. Millions of views for a man who doesn't comply himself, who runs from the police himself. This is still up. This is his page. It's been up for a day now. He certainly has seen the video at this point. Why are your people lying to you all the fucking time? Why did Kash Patel lie right there? Why did Kristi Noem lie? Why did Greg Bavino lie? And why doesn't it bother you, you cucky little bitches? Do you, like, honestly, do you have zero self-esteem? Is your self-esteem so fucked that you're just used to somebody lying to you? Like, you don't know what to do if they're telling you the truth? Why are they all lying to you, and why don't you care? I think that's perhaps the most frustrating part for a lot of us in dealing with you is, like, you'll see a lie, you'll recognize it's a lie, and you'll get mad at the person pointing out the lie. This is insane. He didn't pull a gun. He certainly didn't fire off a round.
Pulled a gun and tried to shoot federal officers. Yeah, you get shot for that. That guys, we have to stop pretending like we don't know how this works. If you try to shoot a federal officer, they will shoot you back. Why are we
still up? This is still up.
Pretending that we don't know this. Why are we pretending that this is some new fucking information that we've never heard before? Oh, and you think, oh, well, he was a legal observer. That's fine. Make up the terms you want. Go with whatever bullshit designation you want to give to each other. But you don't get to draw a gun on an officer and think you get to live.
True. That never happened. When the first shot was fired, he didn't even have a different officer had it. Is he a Proud Boy? No, he's just a dumb fuck. That's what he is. He's somebody who realized that if you shout at MAGA confidently, they believe you. He's made literally a career out of shouting confidently shit that he doesn't understand. It wouldn't be so frustrating if there weren't so many people who thought this guy knew what the fuck he was talking about. What do we? His numbers have really dwindled. I will say this though. Looking at the comments, I envy the people who don't know who you are. I admire how you never let evidence interfere with your opinion. These comments have more likes than him. Like this is what a fucking grifter he is. He's just here to keep MAGA following him. He'll just lie right to your face. He did not pull a gun. He did not pull a gun. He did not pull. Yeah, clearly he didn't. Show the video of him pulling the gun. There's video showing an ICE agent remove the man's gun, pulled a firearm, and tried to shoot federal officers. Did we see the same video? Nothing Joe claimed there is true. Yeah, I like that. The pee pants there. Why are so many people lying to you? Why don't you care? Here's Kristi Noem after the shooting.
But before I take any questions and give more details on the storm and its impact, I do want to address the tragic situation that we saw in Minneapolis today that unfolded on the street.
Real quick. Flanker said, RTP, have you seen the breakdown where it looks like the first shot was a misfire from Alex's gun after the ICE agent disarmed him? This spooked ICE and they all fired. Seems plausible. I'm going to show the video. We'll look at that. I haven't seen a breakdown where they said that, no. Can I pull up Kyle Rittenhouse and compare? I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse is literally running around holding an assault rifle at a protest. That was no problem. He's a fucking hero. This guy doesn't even pull out his weapon, gets murdered, and he's evil. It doesn't matter to MAGA. It really doesn't. This guy could have just been walking down the street and yelled, fuck ICE, and got murdered, and they still wouldn't care. There is nothing they won't justify. And so we just have to separate those who are willing to lie about what they're seeing and those who won't. And I do think that there's enough people who, like the whatever his name was, the candidate for governor that just stepped down. There's enough people that are like, I can't, in good conscience, just keep lying like this.
It occurred with DHS law enforcement as they carried out their lawful duties to keep Americans safe in the.
I love that. From a military perspective, ICE did exactly what we would have done in the combat zone. But if you were military, you see that too. Yeah, it's not one, they're not military. Two, it's not a combat zone. So I don't know why you're trying to see it from a military perspective. Maybe that's your problem. Maybe you see everything through a military perspective and you're viewing everybody as an enemy and a potential threat, and so you get to use the use of force from the military. They don't have the same use of force regulations as the military. That's crazy that you would say that.
Threat of criminal illegal aliens in this country. At 9:05 a.m. Central Time, the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officials and officers were conducting targeted operations in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license.
Now, real quick, they're talking about who they were looking for. When we watch the video, I want you to keep this in mind. Were the protesters stopping them from looking for this individual? Because my contention is that the protesters were moving away from ICE and ICE kept moving towards them. that ICE were the aggressor, but it doesn't look like they were going after this individual. There's also some more information about this individual that, surprise, surprise, ICE was wrong about this individual too.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted...
Huh? He approached them with it? Or he approached them? It's interesting the way that she's saying this, right? Like, they obviously didn't know that he had a gun.
...to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his
Let's remember that too. Let's remember the armed suspect acted violently.
Officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene.
All right. So we're going to go to the video now. And trigger warning if you haven't seen this. TikTok, by the way, this may get taken down. It's likely that our TikTok will get taken down for showing this. So have a backup plan, TikTok. We're over on Twitch and YouTube if and when it goes down.
I'd mute the audio.
Okay.
And we should be okay.
Okay.
You don't want to get flagged for nudity.
Lee said, for sorting through the crap and throwing it back in their face every day. I wish I didn't have to do that. Flanker said, I got that one. Let's see. And just a reminder as we dig into this, I've got about an hour left, maybe 50 minutes left. If you could help us knock out that gift goal before the end of the live, that would be greatly appreciated. You know the way to get it over here. And here's the video. Oh, yeah, I turned off the volume. All right. So we can see this woman here, this man here, maybe both women actually, I think, shouting at ICE officers, maybe blowing a whistle. We'll pull up the audio until we get this. Yelling. This is Alex now waving a car through.
Go.
Okay. Now, you see Alex, something happens here. There's a push. You can see that. We've got a woman here and an ICE agent. Alex yelling, hey.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Obviously putting his arm around this woman, protecting her. This woman comes and yells. Who's the aggressor there? Let's see here. She walks up from his side, moves in front of him. Doesn't look aggressive to me. Now pushed to the ground. See, Alex has his hand there on the shoulder. Looks like he's trying to intervene here. Just steps in front. Puts his hands up. You'll see it from a different angle, but after he steps in front, hand goes up. There it is. Now getting pepper sprayed. For what? For putting his hand up? Now this woman grabs his, she can't see because she's been sprayed. She's grabbing his leg. And they continue to pepper. At this point, they have their backs turned. Both of them have their backs turned. What are we still pepper spraying for? Now he's just trying to help her up. He has his back turned. Why are we going after him? What has he done at this point? What law has he broken at this point? Do we have a law that's been broken here? Can you guys cite the law that he's broken here? Well, William Talenti, even if he doesn't have traffic jurisdiction, ICE can't stop him from directing traffic. That would be a civil infraction. It would have nothing to do with ICE. So what has he done? What's the law that he's broken here? Can somebody point it out to me? I'm looking. Interfering with an arrest. What arrest? Who's being arrested here? Reality check. Who's being arrested and for what? Obstructing what? What's he obstructing here? Jaywalking? Sure. They can't stop him for jaywalking, though. At that point, then ICE has no authority. He has to be stopping their official investigation here. He has to be stopping them from doing their job. Clearly, they can walk away here. In fact, they kind of were. You see, these guys weren't even, they didn't even worry. And then now he's grabbing. He went at an agent aggressively in the middle of the street. He did. I did go from the video from the start, but let's see where he went after the agent aggressively. Let's look here. Sorry, this video is a little tough. We'll go backwards. Here he is. ICE agent pushes, I think pushes a woman. And he walks up with his hands out and a phone in his hand recording. And now he's backing up. You can see already he's backing up. That's a step backwards. Now he's retreating with a camera.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Unlawful assembly. Great, Kevin. ICE has no jurisdiction on unlawful assembly, so ICE couldn't get him for that either. Now he's holding this woman, clearly. Like, he's not interfering anything here. He's holding on to this woman. Back turned. And that's assault. Now we're doing assault, and all he does is gets in the middle. Hands up, being sprayed. Why is that ICE agent trying to grab his hand? All right. And now, by the way, neither of these two arrested. So all this shit that you guys are spewing about how these were criminals, not arrested. Now, we're going to take 6 ICE agents, and we're going to take this man to the ground for what? For trying to get in between pepper spray and this woman. And now we're reaching. I believe it's this agent now that discovers the gun, which is in his waistband. His hands are both on the ground here. It is this agent right here who finds the gun and takes the gun. And you can see right there, he's just removed the gun. No shots fired yet. And this agent right here has removed the gun. You'll see him step away and he starts running. And that's when the first shot is fired. As this agent right here has the gun and is running away with the gun. Then you have shots fired there, and then an agent unloads at point blank range his entire clip. This is now somebody who has been disarmed, who was lawfully armed, who never, like that bloated fuck older millennial said, pulled a gun, didn't happen. Fired a gun, didn't happen. And now they're going to unload at point blank range their entire clip. As they come back and they say that ICE agents immediately started resuscitation. I don't know if immediately is fair, but you'll hear.
Oh my God. Oh my God. The fuck did you just...
Here's the 2 women allowed to leave. If ICE was after them, if they were committing crimes, why are they just letting these women leave?
The fuck did you just do? Yes, Liz, somebody call the ambulance. Somebody call the ambulance. Somebody needs to call the ambulance. Somebody call 911. I can't believe they just did that.
Still not arrested. She's still not being arrested or detained.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Just get come on. Come on. Oh my.
And then that agent is on the ground screaming, "Where's the gun? Where's the gun? Where's the gun?" Why don't they have it? Because before he was executed, An ICE agent had already taken the gun. Now, there's some people who have said that the gun fired, that the ICE agent, when he took the gun, fired it accidentally, and that's what made the other agent freak out, panic, and start shooting. It's not the fault of Alex here.
God, you fucking people, man. You're fucking.
And even then, so when the agent removed the gun, it looked like the guy was reaching for his gun. The agent didn't see the gun being removed, so he thought he was reaching for the gun. So listen, police can't be wrong and then murder somebody. It's cold-blooded murder. And once again, the government lied. Their first response was to lie, that he pulled a gun on them.
Killing us.
I want to move to this video here. Is it this one? This is very slowed down and zoomed in, and let's see here in real time. Get rid of the audio there. Okay, so this guy, you can see his hand there is reaching for the gun. This guy pulls his gun because he's the murderer. He's looking directly at the gun. His buddy pulls the gun. He's looking directly at it. That gun is no longer there. He's looking directly where the gun was. The gun no longer there. Gun is now removed. The agent runs away. There's shot one, and then multiple shots after. If we just watch it again, he's staring right down. He sees that the agent is taking the gun, pulls the gun. He is 2.5 feet away from where the gun just was. And it is no longer there. Just go back. Let's see, go back to there. Clearly no gun there anymore. He's looking directly down. Explain it to me. Oops. Why would the audio be important for it will be important to, but Alex never fired or brandished a weapon. Clayton said the discharge of the SIG is what triggers the response, not agreeing it was a good shot, just saying people play all the factors. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. I don't know if we're allowed to play it. But if the gun discharged and he panicked, that's the fault of the other agent, right? Not the fault of Alex. I want an explanation for that. No gun. Clearly no gun. Why do you have the gun trained on this man? And then he sits up. His arms are held. Are they saying here he's reaching? I think this is what they say. Is it right here? As he tries to get up, they say that's when they think he's reaching for the gun. But the guy who shot him already knows the gun is gone. No, the gun wasn't kicked away. It was in his hand. The gun was raced away. The officer that took the gun literally ran with it. It wasn't even kicked. It was in his hands. He ran away from this group holding the gun. See if it'll show him moving. So we're watching this guy right here. I don't know if I can't remember if it goes out of frame. When he pulls it there, he runs out and he actually goes back this way. Like, see this pink sign? If this keeps going, you'll see him. There he goes. He's now away. He's now away from the pack and he has the gun in his hand. This is his head right here. He's gone. I appreciate that. Some of you said the same thing. Like, whatever you want to say about this video, the administration lied about what happened in this video. Border agent, that's right. Sorry, it was border agent, not ICE. Thank you. Appreciate that. Can I show you the angle from behind? Let me see if I can find a different angle. I know there is a different angle. I was having a hard time finding it. Everybody had this one this morning. I hadn't seen this from the lady in the pink shirt. Oh, do you have it, Jen?
Well, I have the one with the lady in the pink shirt. I can send that, but
that's one I just played.
Okay, so I just DM'd you. Brenna Perez went frame by frame.
Okay.
On it. It's a pretty good video. And then also Law of the Wild, I have multiple angles. The possible misfire or whatever you want to call it. Potential. I have that one too if you want to look at that one.
Okay, I'll play Brenna's right now. Let me read these comments real fast. Anthony said, if you're defending ICE, you're literally brainwashed. Axe said, dollar train, choo-choo motherfuckers. Where's Alex's video? Think they destroyed it? Good question. Really good question. Jen F said, Brenna Perez also had a great breakdown of Alex's schmurder. Thank you. Brenna Perez is great, by the way. Christy said, thank you for bitch slapping brainless sheeple. Lee said, for sorting through the crap and throwing it back. I got that one earlier. And Guy said, DNC Warrior said, time to organize. Thank you, Jen, for all you do. Yeah, organize, folks. Be safe. Don't be violent. Organize. What they want more than anything is, honestly, I do think that they want people to hit the streets and be violent because then they can do the Insurrection Act. And shout out to the people of Minneapolis who have seen now 2 of their own be murdered and didn't turn violent. I do think that that's what they're hoping for. And it's going to be really hard for them to invoke the Insurrection Act when both of these killings are obvious executions. Let's see what Brenna has to say. I haven't seen this yet.
Was in the frame-by-frame of this morning's ICE shooting of a man here in Minneapolis. It was murder, not self-defense. In this first clip, which appears to be from a few minutes before shots were ever fired, we can see that the victim was filming ICE along with others. This is confirmed by later footage. We can see that it was the ICE officers that initiated contact in this clip by pushing the victim back towards the side.
People in chat are mad that Alex brought a gun to protest. I seem to forget how much support Kyle Rittenhouse got when he brought a gun to protest. Yeah. Or how about those people that were sitting out on their yard with assault rifles, aiming them at protesters as the protesters walked by without causing any problems. Those guys were fine too, right?
Sidewalk. And again, we see this behavior in the next clip. Here we can see that the ICE officer is forcefully shoving these individuals towards the sidewalk. The victim is helping an individual over to the sidewalk when the ICE officer...
she's moving back.
Shoves the... The victim is helping...
She is not a problem. She's closer there.
An individual over to the sidewalk.
She's moved back. She's retreating. This bitch just steps up and shoves her.
When the ICE officer...
I just want to push women. And this is what they're going to say is assault. This is the first time he touches an agent. This is the
person
assault.
In gray. The victim then goes to shield...
Hand up immediately. Immediate hand up. This man has not broken a law at this point. The fuck? We're just slamming women to the ground, pepper spraying a man who simply just stands in between them. What are we lying about here? We're showing the video. How could you possibly accuse me of lying right now? We're showing the video. Henry said, please remind people of Isaiah 10, 1 through 2. What is that? 10, 1, 2. Let's see. Woe to those, let's see. I don't know why we're reading the Bible, but I guess we're reading the Bible today. Woe to those who make unjust laws, to those who issue oppressive decrees. to deprive the poor of their rights and withhold justice from the oppressed of my people, making widows their prey and robbing the fatherless. Fuck, that's why you wanted me to read it. Yeah. Christians, if you believe in that book, perhaps read a bit more. Amy Lynn said, for those that went into the Capitol in Michigan over COVID policy, or those that went into the Capitol in Michigan over COVID policy. Yeah. How about all those targets they stormed?
The person in gray, and when he starts getting pepper sprayed just inches away from his face, you can see that he puts his hand up, turns
I mean, he's moving back. There's no threat here. Why are we still pepper spraying this man?
his face away and says, it's okay.
Let me take your hand down to pepper spray
Again,
you some
he
more.
is de-escalating the situation. We can see
back turned. It looks to me, honestly, like this second agent is coming to pull this agent off. Like, this agent doesn't seem to think there's a problem with the protesters. This guy seems like he's coming to get his agent out of there.
here that he's putting his phone that he was just filming with into his pocket, probably to protect it. This is when multiple ICE officers descend on him. They attack him while he's attempting to help the person in gray up. Here it appears one of the officers pistol whips the victim in the head numerous times. The victim, meanwhile, keeps his arms at all times either on the ground in front of him or basically right in front of his head. We see the officer in gray grabbing at and trying to pull something from his waistband. This appears to be the alleged weapon that he was carrying. It's important to know
that guy's just pistol whipping him in the head. He has, at this point, still has not committed a crime. Getting pistol whipped in the head.
that it's been confirmed that the victim had...
All right, now this guy's got the pistol. There we go. And you'll see him run away. Sorry, I'm jumping all over. I'll just let her go. She's better at this.
A permit to carry in Minnesota. Both concealed and open carry are permitted in Minnesota with a license. After he has been disarmed, this officer then crosses behind him and begins to shoot him in the back. A total of 10 shots by my count.
Oh, sorry, Jen.
The fuck did you just do? What the fuck did you just do?
It's also worth noting that they attempted to prevent Minneapolis police from securing the scene to conduct an investigation and have reportedly transported several witnesses to the Whipple Federal Building, which is supposed to be holding immigration detainees. ICE does not have the authority to arrest nor detain witnesses to a crime scene. What exactly do you think?
When you guys are saying that, when you're saying that first shot is the one of the SIG misfiring, is it the sound that you're... why do you believe that's the SIG misfiring? This might be a part that I don't know. Is it the sound you're hearing, or is that just that's the testimony that's out there? How do we know that it was a misfire?
You can look at the other video I sent you from Law. He kind of shows it for that one.
Okay, I'll look at that one then. Thank you. Where's the one you saw my Law? Right here.
Honestly.
Brenna is also still there. Pause that really fast. Brenna's still there. She was going to go back to the scene because you'll see it in the video. If there was a accidental misfire in this shot, there should be evidence in the ground and in the asphalt. Brenna's planning on going back and looking at that location. So it's possible, but there's not any evidence of it currently.
Okay, cool. Elena said the Insurrection Act will be why they cancel elections. They can't with the Insurrection Act, but what they can do is they can use the Insurrection Act to try and get, and that's why I believe they want the voter rolls, is they want to prevent people from voting. Holden says keep saying the truth, and they can do that in a lot of ways, right? Especially if it's somebody who has, they may detain them. They may label them a domestic terrorist and say because they can't vote because they're a domestic terrorist. There's a lot of things that they could do. But you'll notice that after all of this, one of the things Kristi Noem asked for, she asked the government, like, hey, we'll pull ICE out of there if you give us the voter rolls. Well, what? Why would ICE leave then? If this is about getting people, then why would you leave if you get voter rolls? Wouldn't that fuck up everything that MAGA is saying today? Like, oh, we've got a job to do. Well, if they would abandon the job for the voter rolls, then perhaps it's not about the job. Let's see what Law says here, though. Did I miss any others, Jen? Let me look. Rampage said, didn't Trump say once that he could stand in the middle of the street and shoot someone and his cult would still support him? Well, ICE is shooting people in the street and his cult still supports him. Yeah, and he can lie to you about what you're seeing. Like, that man was run over by a car, and then he wasn't, and it didn't change their support one goddamn bit. Not one goddamn bit. Jesse, I missed this one. Sorry. Cold-blooded murder, plain as day. Not getting their way is always a good idea. D-Pow. Rampage said chumps cult members are only going to believe what the Orange Cheeto tells them to believe. How did I miss those?
Fun fact, Brenna's in your I'm assuming TikTok chat right now. So.
Oh, what's up, Brenna? Thanks for your video. And you're incredible. I love all your reporting. We steal it all the time. So thanks for doing that. Okay, so it was removed actually earlier than I thought. Yeah, so it's at that point, if it's removed, what are we pulling this guy? I don't know why he's pulling the gun here then. Anybody? Okay, so they're saying that's the one. So they're saying as he ran, there's a misfire. Agents separate. That's the guy with the gun there. You can barely see him. What's this that came out? Oh. Is that a clip there? Are we seeing anything into the cement? So then at this point, I think then what's the second officer firing for? Because clearly it's not him. He doesn't have a weapon. So what's the second officer firing for? Just because he thinks somebody already shot him and now we're going to finish the job? It's all staged, made for TV. That'd be crazy. Yeah, I would have heard it behind. I don't know. There's a video from the shop on the other side. We'll look for it.
Brenna offered to come up and talk about the misfire if he wanted.
Yeah, happy to have her come up if she wants to talk about any of this. I don't know what we need to know about the misfire. Just that we know that it happened.
She has some, like I said. I mean,
yeah, bring her up. Bring her up. Yeah, she knows more than I do. Yeah. Sorry, Brenna, we can't bring you up on TikTok. You have to go through Discord, but Jen will get that sorted out. I didn't see recoil either, Amy Lynn. I don't know, but I didn't know that was the claim that it was a misfire there. The guy who took the gun away shot the first shot. Look at the gun when he's leaving the fight. Are you saying because it's like it went sideways as he's running? Are they saying that that's the recoil, that like the hand position as it flipped? That would make sense. Just that their dad incompetent when they started the whole thing. Man, so now if you protest and if you exercise your First and Second Amendment rights at the same time, MAGA will justify you being killed by a law enforcement agency whose job it is to go specifically after people who are here illegally. None of those people here illegally, none of them suspected of being here illegally, and it didn't stop ICE from assaulting them, beating them, pepper spraying them. At no point there when ICE used any force, at no point were they in any threat. There's a slow clip.
Brenna's here.
Oh, sweet. You want to drag me over there, or do I need to do it?
Yeah, you're there.
Hey, Brenna.
Hi.
Hey, I'm a huge fan, by the way. This is an absolute honor. Thank you for coming up.
Likewise. I've never done the voice thing through Discord, so this is interesting.
I just wanted to answer some questions. I guess I'm not fully answering questions. Thank you, by the way, for showing my videos. So this misfire thing is just a theory, and I am with you. I don't see it in the footage personally. To me, it looks like footage artifacting. But it is a theory that has been kind of taking flight a little bit. So I'm still in Minneapolis. I have been going to the scene. I've gone over the last 2 days to see if I could maybe check to see if there's any sort of mark in the ground where it would have fired. The vigil has been quite big, and I don't want to disturb it, obviously. So yesterday was a little smaller than Saturday. I extended my trip here into the week so that I could try going back like midweek when there's probably going to be fewer people to see if there's any sort of like mark in there.
Is the vigil right where it happened?
Yes.
And then do they have the street shut down, or what are they doing?
So the first day there was a sort of makeshift barricade by just by like individuals. They kind of pulled a bunch of signs and trash cans and they barricaded each end of the street, and the police respected that. The Minneapolis PD it's a really interesting dynamic here. They have been basically trying to be very respectful of the mourners and trying to delineate themselves as not being ICE. So when the National Guard came in, they're here to basically, theoretically, very specifically support the needs of Minneapolis PD and the state troopers. And they are like just showing up in places alongside the police. So in this case, they were helping the Minneapolis PD set up a perimeter several blocks wide around the like makeshift sort of memorial and the site where it happened. So they were like blocking streets so cars couldn't enter. But they were allowing people to walk in and to basically visit, and there was a big march and whatnot, and they did nothing to stop it. That was Saturday.
Gotcha.
Saturday night, it sounds like they cleared out the space when everyone went home because it's been very, very cold. But they allowed people to come back and set back up like a memorial. So there's a bunch of flowers, candles, signs and stuff there. And basically people are just collected there in a circle around it. And the Minneapolis PD are there. There's a very heavy MPD presence. They have like police tape up, basically giving one lane of the street to the mourners. And I spoke to one of the officers there, and he said, like, we're here to support the mourners, to show them, not to interfere, not to prevent them from collecting here and obviously grieving and showing their respects. We're here to show them that we're here for the community, that we are not ICE, and that we respect their right to do that. So it was very much like we're conducting outreach because we don't want people to be afraid of us, MPD and whatnot. So it's an interesting.
Do you know how long that scene was secured before?
I don't. I heard what I'm sure you heard, which is that it was like the feds that quote unquote secured it and prevented MPD from being able to secure it.
Right.
What's confusing to me is Good Trouble was there kind of immediately after, or not immediately after, but like a couple hours later, and he saw that Alex Pretti's clothing was on the ground. And they had set up some garbage cans basically around the clothing so that no one would disturb it. And that grew into what is now kind of this makeshift memorial. Yeah, it is. I'm not sure why. I don't understand why MPD wasn't there waiting for the feds to clear out to then take over the scene. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how that kind of handover happened, but the feds didn't allow them to secure it. They took all evidence in and whatnot, I guess, and are not giving them access to the evidence. And then it just seems like the scene was open and unsecured. So
how is it you're on the ground there? I'm baffled by the people of Minnesota's ability to not react like I know that's crazy, but like you haven't seen violent reactions. How is it that on the ground they're able to stay this level-headed and not go back when all of this is happening? Did you have a sense of that? Of how they're able to keep that calm?
Well, so I'm writing a piece right now, a sort of like eulogy-ish for Alex Pretti, but it's more just about Minneapolis and Minnesotan, residents. It is very hard to explain the culture here. I think a lot of it comes from their experiences during George Floyd. They are very well experienced in organizing and in the risks of poor organizing. But as a result, also they've hit either extreme of that, just a few short years ago. And as a result of that, that's also kind of why the relationship with the local police is so interesting, because obviously, they burned down, didn't burn it down, but there was like a fire set in the 3rd precinct. And now, for example, that building is being rebuilt into like the Democracy Center. It's like a community center that's getting renovated and whatnot.
Is that the one that the Oath Keepers burned down? Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm not sure. Someone said it was right wingers, but I heard from people here that it was left wingers.
Okay.
So I actually don't even. That's a good question. I should find that. But I just been like listening to what Minnesotans have been saying. Minneapolitans, as I've recently learned.
Is that what we're calling Minneapolitans?
Apparently,
that's better.
Minneapolitans, or I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce it for my video. But they told me, they were like, oh, we /burned it down, so I don't know what that means. I should check to see who exactly did it. Obviously, and they also, there were a lot of opportunists during George Floyd, BLM and stuff that were looting and whatnot, and they do not claim that. They're like, that was not about it. They were opportunists. They were taking advantage, whatever. But as a result of the George Floyd stuff, the MPD has been working for like 6 years, like ACAB and all that, absolutely. But there's a very, very interesting, very interesting dynamic between the local police and Minneapolis residents, based on this idea of like, we have to conduct outreach, we have to. They've been working pretty hard to like kind of repair a lot of the stuff.
Yeah.
There. And so now with the organizing, it's incredible. They know how to do it, which seems obvious, but in my experience in New York, documenting a lot of organizing and activists and like begging organizers in New York City to let me document them even before this regime, so that I could, my pitch to them was like, I think people are going to need to know how to organize a lot more really soon.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal to know how to organize, but coming here, it is incredible to see how much people know how to organize. There are people that immediately jump into it. The other day when we were leaving the site of Alex Pretti's murder, when, the first night when the barricades were set up, this woman who was just walking past us was like, hey guys, like, she pointed to the barricade and was like, just so you know, this is likely to become frontline pretty soon. So next time, if you're going to be here hanging out, you better have a gas mask and stuff, and it was very just like mom on the playground. Yeah. Just like,
and also bring your gas masks. Yeah. You all have gas masks. Yeah. Bring them next time. That's crazy.
Yeah. Just be, if you're going to be here, just so you know, this is going to be frontline, just period, casual. We know these dynamics. We are familiar with the risks. And like, if you want to take that risk, you can. You don't have to. And that said, last night there was also a situation where some protesters kind of vandalized the lobby of a Home 2 Suites Hilton.
I saw that. It said like "fuck ICE" in red.
They like broke some glass, and I actually the glass might have been broken by ice because they shot a rubber bullet at a woman and like hurt her hand. So like that, you know, that is technically like vandalism and whatnot. So some people are going to be like, well, that's crossing a line. But like largely they know the importance and the optics of showing up peacefully, but not backing down. And yeah, it's incredible.
Is there much in the way of like counter protests? I haven't seen obviously Jake Lang had a tough walk through the streets. And then I think I saw those idiots that go in U-Hauls and wear the Patriot front. But outside of that, I haven't seen much. Is there much counter protesting?
Not that I've seen nor heard of, to be honest. It's possible. There's so much happening in the city at every given moment. Like the other thing is, of course, because it's so decentralized in a lot of ways, you know, there will be these marches that are organized at the drop of a hat that will be huge with tens of thousands of people. And then you'll hear like, you know, we were at this march, ginormous, yesterday, stopped by Alex Pretti's, memorial site. And the cop that I was speaking to there was like, oh yeah, there's another really big protest happening down at this park over there if you want to go check that out. And like, it's just stuff that crops up and decentralized, and it's hard to know everything that's going on. It totally depends on who you're plugged in with at any given moment. I haven't seen counter protesters. I haven't heard much about counter protesters. I'm sure there are some, but mostly what I've seen is an uptick in digital threats. Yeah. I have been getting an uptick in threats, you know, people threatening to have me swatted and to come find me where I'm staying and all this stuff. I don't really believe it because I know that, you know, whatever. But there's some organizers that are, you know, people who basically have this network where they stand on street corners and just keep an eye out for ICE. And when ICE is around, they text the network and it proliferates through the network just so everyone knows where ICE is at all times. It's incredible. They're currently getting doxxed by MAGA and stuff.
Jesus.
I'm seeing an uptick of digital, you know, stuff, which tells me that they are panicking. That always, you know, that's the one thing I tell people, like the more angry they get, the more threatening they get. It usually means they're scared of the tides turning and whatnot. That's just my read on it. But,
no, I'm just saying I haven't had that many problems until the last couple of weeks, and now it's every day. People trying to dox. People sent pizzas to a place where I used to live that I don't live anymore, and I'm with you there. How can people? I've got your link tree up on the screen here. Outside of that, how can people support what you're doing?
So I will actually. Damn, I wish I had known you were going to put my link tree up, because I have another link I'm going to add to it, which is basically being curated and maintained by an organizer on the ground with things that you can help and donate to.
Okay.
So I will get that up hopefully shortly, guys. If you
want to send that to Jen too, tomorrow I can put it up on the show so everybody sees that too, and we'll drop it in our Discord as well.
Awesome. I got to find it like in my Signal stuff. Yes, I will send that to Jen when I find it. So there's that. You know, I'm trying not to ask. I have fundraised like twice for the exact costs of my flight and hotel, and I'm covered for now. So personally for me, I don't need anything to help me. So, you know, or my work. So I do appreciate it. I would rather, like, if people are donating, to donate directly to the people of Minnesota and Minneapolis and to the organizers doing stuff on the ground. If, you know, I've extended my trip now twice. I do have to go back on Friday for stuff back home. Yeah. To real life, unfortunately. Yeah. I do have pets and and a boyfriend that is very kindly taking care of them. But yeah, if I am in a position where I need to fund like a stay or a flight again, I will do that. But I don't need any like excess anything. So I appreciate it.
Okay, well, we'll drop that in tomorrow. And I just, again, as a fan, I appreciate your work. It's so thorough, it's thoughtful, it's easy to understand. There's been so many times when I've been like trying to put my outline together, and then I find your video. I was like, oh, that's great. It's going to save me hours of work. So Really impressive stuff. Your tone is hilarious. I love it. And everybody check Brent out. And thank you so much for taking a minute to come explain that for us. It was a great meeting.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you too. I love what you do.
Thanks.
All right, have a good one.
We'll see you. Bye. All right. Everybody make sure you're following Brenna. I'm so a little starstruck today. Didn't even know it was going to get like that. So, and thanks, Jen, for setting that up. Let me read some comments here. Kristen said, thank you for taking us through this. Cannot believe we have mass goons running our streets without consequence. We purchased the bullets that put these people in the ground. Ooh. Yeah, that's, yeah. That was a brutal way you just put that. Agree with that. Let me check with Jen here as well. Wasn't me said claiming accidental discharge just gives Alex's murders cover as they can claim they were justifiably fearful. We all know they're bitches too. Like they don't have to. We all know that they were bitches before. They don't have to tell us that. We should all stop at the fact they unlawfully assaulted him and the woman he was helping to begin with. Fuck MAGA. Yeah, I'm with you there. Like even up until that point, I'm trying to find the part. Yeah, I'm trying to see this through a fair lens. I don't see what he did that was so wrong. I don't see that he committed a crime. He clearly had his hands up. He clearly wasn't trying to assault anybody. What I saw is an out of control ICE agent trying to fight women, and he just stepped in between the two of them. And for that, he got maced and executed. I've watched that video hundreds of times now. I'm still not seeing it. If anybody has a different video that would show that when he assaulted ICE officers, please. Remember, that's what Kristi Noem told us. That's what Greg Bavino told us. He came at them with a weapon. He was assaulting them. Where is that video? What did they see that we're not seeing? Because, Jesus Christ, I haven't seen a single instance of him crossing a line or assaulting an ICE agent. Being a real man's crime, yeah. Not having a tiny dick disease where you get angry because your dick's small, yeah. Chrissy said, if they're treating people like this in public, I can't imagine what they're doing at those camps. Well, probably going to cover that tomorrow, I think. Audrey said, just my opinion, they misfired to prove the gun had been discharged and to trigger the other agents. What are we going to do? Rule that out? There's no way we can rule that out. Austin Sophia said that lady in the pink coat holds the key video evidence. Well, that was her video. Austin Sophia, the first video I showed, that was from, it was Drop Site, but that's her video. This video where we get most of it. This is actually the lady in pink's video, the first one I showed. She does drop the camera a few times, but you're right. Like she has all of that. But that is the lady in pink's video that we were talking about there. Go back up. Ryan McCarthy said Obama deported more than Trump. He won the popular vote because everyone knows the system will fail with this influx of illegals not putting back into the system. They did yell out where the gun after. Okay. Rampage said, didn't Trump say once that he could? Oh, I read that one. Yeah, look, again, I disagree with mass deportation. I don't like it, but that's not what the protest is about. And you're lying if you say that's what it's about. It's about the brutality. It's about the viciousness. It's about the assaults. Like there's ICE raids going on everywhere, all throughout this country. But the thing that people are most upset about is ICE acting judiciously. That's what they're upset about. It's not, people aren't doing this because it's Trump. If you really think that, that's TDS. There's a lot of things people could protest about because of Trump, but we can't be mad when federal agents are murdering people in the streets. Go rewatch the video. What am I supposed to see in the video that we haven't seen so far? Hey, Howdy says, screw Josh Barnes. Sorry. Ty said, willing to buy everyone a ticket to Melania. Yeah, that's going to be so good. Are we going to be able? Is it going to have subtitles? I'm going to need subtitles, I think. Minneapolitans is a real word because you can. Thank you. They can't counter protest. Amy Lynn said they're all ICE members. Fair. Sorry again, Josh Barnes. You deserve it, though, if it's coming from Hey Howdy. Anything else here? I think I got that. Let me see if there's anything else I want to grab before we go. Tomorrow I'm going to talk to you. Well, I got a few more videos here. And then tomorrow we're going to talk about what's happening in these detention centers, and it's horrific. But let me go to, we got Greg Bovino, right? Yeah, let's get to Greg Bovino, and then we'll get out of here. Let's see if Greg Bovino is telling the truth.
U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
Technically. Like, I guess technically you can say that. But you only phrase it this way so that you can justify it. The way he's phrasing it makes it sound like he approached with the weapon out. Clearly, that's not what happened. But they're starting this with the pretense that the officer, the ICE officer didn't have. I think it was DHS, actually. DHS didn't have. The DHS guy that was pepper spraying people didn't know that he had a firearm. The DHS officer that shoved that woman to the ground didn't know that. They never found that out until they assaulted him.
The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted.
Where? Where did he violently resist? He had his back turned when they took him down. They grabbed him from behind and slammed him to the ground and then pistol whipped him in the head. Huh?
Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots.
Defensive? What? Defensive?
Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect
I can't believe he was pronounced dead after 10 point-blank shots. It's crazy.
Also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
That's so fucking crazy to say that. That's honestly so fucking crazy to say that. Never brandished his weapon, never assaulted an officer, and you just go out there and say he was going to do massive damage. Come on. There's no way you guys are buying that shit. You just watched the video. There's nothing in that video that we missed. You have the right to protest, but you do not have the right to impede an investigation. What investigation did he impede? He never approached ICE agents. They approached him. There was no impeding of the investigation. The ICE officer was getting in his car and decided, yeah, fuck it. I'm going to go out and I'm going to fight these people. You cucky little bitches. I swear to God.
Then, about 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement. Crowd control measures have been deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. This situation is evolving and more information is forthcoming.
All right. And that, going to be surprised to find out that once again, Minnesota has to come out and correct what Bovino is saying that he's lying. This is Minnesota State Prison System talking about the target that allegedly they were tracking down. The DOC names Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino directly in this statement. In the hours following the shooting, U.S. Border Patrol Chief Gregory Bovino held a press conference asserting that the operation was targeting an individual named Jose Huerta Chuma and characterized him as having a significant criminal history. Because federal statements have repeatedly included inaccurate information about Minnesota's custody and criminal records, the DOC reviewed available records to determine whether the individual referenced had any connection to Minnesota State prison custody. Based on the DOC records and publicly available data, Minnesota court data, the individual identified by federal officials has never been in Minnesota DOC custody. DOC and court records show no felony commitments associated with this record. Public Minnesota court records reflect only misdemeanor level traffic offenses from more than a decade ago. The individual is not currently under DOC supervision. Why don't you care when they lie? We're going to ask you this question every fucking day. Why don't you care when they lie to you? Why, like, if somebody is willing to lie every fucking time, why do you still believe and support them? Every fucking day they lie to you. Sheila said, we're doing everything Russia did to end democracy. Yeah, Trump has a type. He wants to be Vladimir Putin so bad. Ben said, the tyrant will always find a pretext for his tyranny. Aesop's The Wolf and the Lamb. Fact. That's the thing. Trump can't admit that he did anything wrong here. He never does. He never will. And if you're one of those people that just goes along with it, history will remember you poorly. As remarkably fucking dumb, by the way. Outside of the sheer evil of supporting this, also remarkably fucking dumb. There'll be like two groups of you. There'll be the ones that are like, we don't care, like we just want everybody that doesn't like us dead. And those people will be remembered as evil. But those of you who like think this is justified and who are watching what Bavino says and being lied to and pretending that you're not, like you'll be not only remembered as evil, but also dumb. Like functionally too stupid to avoid being evil. I don't know which one of those is worse for you, but this chat full of Republicans, like the Republicans that come here every day, you will be both evil and dumb. And perhaps maybe that's better for you. Perhaps being evil and dumb is a little better than just 100% evil. Like you didn't mean to be evil, but you were too fucking stupid to figure out facts, and so you just supported evil. That's going to have to be your defense, I think. We don't care about the paid professional. That's another thing. Like, imagine how fucking stupid you have to be to say that. Like, in order to not address reality, you create this new world where the protesters are paid. You just create a new reality. That's what MAGA is. They just tell you, look over here in this made-up reality, and you fucking believe it. What kind of dipshit in here is saying, look, they're paid protesters? Evidence? Well, I don't have any evidence. Then why the fuck do you believe it? Oh, because it makes it easier. Then I can still support this. They just have to tell me that the protesters are paid, and I believe it because I'm a goddamn dipshit. I love this Donald Trump guy so much that I'm willing to look like a fucking loser every single day to defend him. 20 years from now, what were you doing during these riots in Minnesota? I was bootlicking the government. I was telling everybody that the government's the good guys. Oh, okay. Thanks, Grandpa. Grandpa's a douchebag. If you ever get somebody to have sex with you and you procreate, your kids will be embarrassed by you. If you have kids already, they will be embarrassed by you. If you have grandkids, they will be embarrassed by you. 20 years from now, this is all on record, they will all think that you were either evil or just too fucking stupid to figure it out. We're not getting the name of, Bovino said we're never going to learn the identity of the person who murdered them. Because apparently that's doxing. If you kill somebody in your ICE, we don't ever get to learn your name because that's doxing. Just moved him. I've never heard in my life of an officer-involved shooting where the officer being investigated didn't go on administrative leave. Every single time they go on leave. If you're involved in a shooting, whether you feel it's justified or not, you go on leave. Paid leave, usually. And you don't go back to work until they've done their investigation. Not anymore.
Commander Bovino, when it comes to the shooting, from what I understand, there were 2 agents who fired shots. We know one of the agents had 8 years experience, and we know he was a less lethal instructor and had this training. What did the other agent, what was his history, and are they both working right now, or are they on administrative leave?
All agents that were involved in that scene are working, not in Minneapolis, but in other locations. That's for their safety. There's this thing called doxing, and the safety of our employees is very important to us. So we're going to keep those employees safe. As far as the number of shots, the number of agents involved, that.
Let's just say it was justified, which it clearly wasn't. You're going to take somebody who just killed somebody and send them right back to work? That never happens. There's no law enforcement agency in this country where you shoot somebody and go to work the next day. That never fucking happens. Justified or not, you're on administrative leave. You almost certainly have like mandatory counseling. You almost certainly have to talk with people. They're going to do a forensic account. You're going to be interviewed. You're going to be set on leave. They're going to do mental health checks on you. Not in Greg Bovino's crew. Kill somebody, you're back to work tomorrow. What the fuck are we watching here, gang? Oh, suddenly they're not police, Frank. Yeah, I was thinking of the police. I thought these were police. Well, if they're not police, then what the fuck are they doing out there? Yeah, that's a good point too. Your gun's immediately taken from you. Put them back out there. How could that possibly go wrong? Here's Todd Blanche being pressed. Oh, one more thing. To Greg Bovino, go fuck yourself, first of all. Here's Greg Bovino now threatening the media.
Community leaders and some journalists engage in that heated rhetoric we keep talking about when they make the choice to vilify law enforcement.
Was that enforcement's plural there?
Calling law enforcement names like Gestapo.
Yeah, Gestapo. Yeah, you are the Gestapo.
Or using the term kidnapping.
That's because you kidnap people.
That is a choice.
Correct.
That is made. There are actions and consequences that come from those choices.
Excuse me? There are consequences that come from me seeing what I see and correctly identifying it? Or even if I'm wrong, there's now consequences for that? In this country, in America, the First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of press, now there's consequences for us using words Greg Bovino doesn't like?
And then when someone chooses to listen to a politician, a so-called journalist, a community leader that spouted that type of vilification towards law enforcement or anything else, when you choose to listen to that, that is a choice, and there are consequences and actions there also.
If we believe that you're kidnapping and you're Gestapo, there should be consequences for that? I mean, look, Greg Bovino, for everything you can say about Greg Bovino, this guy is all in. He is all in. Fuck the First Amendment, fuck the Second Amendment, fuck laws, fuck everything. He is straight up, we're doing SS shit. We are the brown shirts. We are the Gestapo. And if you point that out, there's problems. We're going to have problems.
I think we saw that yesterday.
Imagine being so fucking inarticulate and so fucking hated that you have to bring in Tom Homan to do his job now. Tom Homan now has to come in because Greg Bovino is not trusted. Imagine that. A guy who can't form sentences is more trusted than you. Now we got Tom Homan going in there, has to take over. I honestly think Tom Homan will be better. I can't believe I'm saying this. I can't believe I'm saying that I think Tom Homan is an upgrade. I never thought I would ever say Tom Homan is an upgrade, but fucking here we are. He's an upgrade. He's done this at least long enough that there's like a tiny bit of nuance. Yeah, that's a good point. They get to call protesters terrorists, domestic terrorists, which actually means that they're, they can be targets, but not Tom Homan. Or excuse me, Greg Bovino. All right. I want to do now Todd Blanche, the president's former attorney, and now at the Department of Justice. It's pathetic. Everybody in news media sees right through this. Here's Kristen Welker. No time for Todd Blanche. They don't have a good excuse for this.
That city.
You're saying he wasn't protesting peacefully, and yet the video before shows him holding up a cell phone, directing traffic. The video after shows him being pummeled by these law enforcement. Everyone has now seen this video across the country with this man holding up a cell phone. And part of the outrage that people are expressing is that they feel as though the federal government is asking them to believe something that they don't see with their own two eyes. Is that what the administration is asking of the American people, to believe that he was violent, when the video, based on what everyone has seen so far, does not show that?
Well, first of all, I didn't.
He was literally, listen to this. This is crazy. He was literally in the face of agents. He wasn't directing traffic. Bro, what the fuck video did you watch? I'll show you in a minute. He was literally directing traffic. He was literally not in their face. How did you get both claims wrong in that?
Not say he was violent. I said he was not protesting peacefully. And you just described what every American has seen, which is video shortly ahead of the incident, where he was screaming in the face of ICE. He had a phone up right to the right into ICE's face. You tell me, is that protesting peacefully?
Excuse me. I guess we have to go back to this. I think it's this one. Here he is. I'm going to turn off the whistles just because they get annoying, but tell me when he gets in their face. Still not in their face. Oh, now he's directing traffic. Where's Thaney over there? What's this? Is he not directing traffic right now? Yeah, waving a car through. Still not in anybody's face. I'm 50 feet away. Nowhere near anybody's face. Directing traffic, clearly. Now, ICE is in an altercation with this woman, and we're going to lose it for a second, but you can see there, he's just simply filming it from, what are we still, 20 feet away? And now backing up from 20 feet away. When the video picks up, he will have backed all the way up to here, nowhere near the ICE agent's face, holding this woman. I don't know if she got pepper sprayed there. Holding on to her. Still not in the ICE agent's face. At this point, still not in the ICE agent's face. Moving away from the ICE agent. Holding on to that woman, trying to move away from the ICE agent. Still trying to move away. Help the woman. Still being now slammed to the ground and hit in the face repeatedly with a pistol. I don't know what to say to you guys. Like, you don't live in reality. Are you closing your eyes and doing make believe here? Pretending that what you just said was true? Pretending what they just said was true? He's in their face? At no point is he in their face. BS video that's edited. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. This is what we're talking about. Yeah, well, if I see things that counteract with what I think, I'm just going to rule it as fake. Shut the fuck up. You bitch. You dumb fucking bitch. Don't be dumb. Don't be a bitch. You're being both at the same time. Dumb fucking bitch. You watch the video and you're like, oh, well, I would rather believe the man who said something totally different happened there. What, you think that part was edited out? Get the fuck out of here. Get all the way fucked. Here's Todd Blanche again, like, trying his best. The American people, just in general, this is Fox News now.
Everything that happened, but it is extraordinarily important that
we do not
jump to conclusions about anything that happened on Saturday morning.
Now we're not jumping to conclusions. Just a second ago, he was a violent protester, but now we better not jump to conclusions.
And remember what we saw on Saturday morning, what we all saw in that 10, 15-second video is not the whole story. And every American should know that. The story goes way beyond that. It starts with the fact that literally for months, we have received zero assistance from the state of Minnesota and any assistance from law enforcement. And it leads to what you saw on Saturday morning, which is out of control rioters and
none of those people were out of control. The only person that seemed to not be in control was one ICE agent. In fact, DHS. All the DHS agents before actually seemed like they were in control of their emotions. There was just one angry guy that wanted to beat on some women.
And the tragic situation unfolding.
I want to get to
I haven't seen somebody said there's multiple videos that discredit what he's saying. I haven't seen not one single video that backs up anything they're saying. Can somebody point me to a video that backs up what he's saying? I think there was one more. And then this is now their attempt. Remember that the story about the Minnesota fraud, which we all covered for is this the right one? Yeah. The Minnesota fraud, which we all covered long before that dipshit Nick Shirley did. It was news before all of that. It just happened to blow up on the same day that the Epstein files were supposed to be released and weren't. That was a distraction. But now they've manufactured this story about Minnesota, which they were already investigating, which was already a story. And there were already riots. And now what they want you to believe is even though the riots already existed, even though we already knew about the Minnesota fraud, that now the only reason that anybody, or I said riots, I should say protests, because they're not riots. The Minnesotans have done a great job. Now they want you to believe that the only reason people are protesting is because of the fraud, which makes no fucking sense because we were protesting before Nick Shirley did that expose. It was already out there. They protested in LA. They've been protesting in Minneapolis. Now they'll just lie right to your fucking face and you'll eat it up. And I've seen so many Republicans in this chat saying the same thing. You're just trying to distract from the fraud. That's silly. I don't know if you know how like time works and how timelines work. How could you have the protests first and then the fraud story? But they protested it in advance of the fraud story coming out. That's what Todd Blanche wants you to believe here.
In one city, we have this outrage and this powder keg happening, and it's not right, and it doesn't happen anywhere else, and it's simply because of one reason, and that's leadership in that state. When there was all the focus on the billions and billions of dollars in fraud happening in Minneapolis, suddenly Minneapolis becomes a powder keg. And the people that caused that to happen were the governor, the mayor, the attorney general, Omar. They're the ones that incited rhetoric, encouraged these rioters to go with their cell phones, not to peacefully protest.
Excuse me. Can you guys tell me which Tim Walz, Ilhan Omar said to not peacefully protest? Every single time I've heard them speak, they say they should do it peacefully. In fact, you don't even have like the Trump stuff from J6 where at some points he's saying like, we got to fight. And then he's like, peacefully. And he's like, we got to take our country back, but peacefully. I've only seen Tim Walz ever say like, get out there, protest, do it peacefully, don't break the law. Can somebody point to me some sort of quote from Tim Walz pointed out? Or is this guy who's covering up the Epstein files, by the way, this is also the one who didn't ask Ghislaine Maxwell any real questions and got her put into a cushy upscale prison because he's covering up the Epstein files. This guy right here now also wants to tell you a story about Tim Walz and Ilhan Omar inciting violence. When? Show me the quote.
Rioters to go with their cell phones, not to peacefully protest, but to go out and do exactly what was happening on Saturday morning. And so there was a powder keg, and it was absolutely lit by that leadership.
Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche.
In one city.
How many more times are you willing to be lied to, you cucky little bitches? How many more times? Do I have to show you videos all day being lied to? Yeah, we love it, dude. It's the only way we can come. Somebody's got to lie to us. I don't know what to do with any of this. Anyways, we're out of time. Let me read some comments. We'll get out of here. Rhonda said, Moon Sister, I think the second part of that is going to be misconstrued. I don't want to say it just because there's people that report, and the way that it's worded, I think it'll be misconstrued. So I'm not going to say that. But I appreciate you sending. Asta Sophia said, from the book 1984, George Orwell, reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. A core tenet of the party is the demand that citizens distrust their own senses and perceptions. It is described as... Oh, that was it. Yeah, go read 1984. I don't know if you guys can read or not, but it comes on audiobook too. There's some big words, but you can reach out to me if you need help with any of the big words. I'll help you out with the big words. If not Gestapo, why Gestapo shaped? Haley said, did we discuss the footage of the ICE agent clapping right after yet? I didn't add that just because I wasn't sure. I don't want to. That's a hard one. I saw the guy clap. It's hard to tell what he was thinking when he clapped, so I didn't add it. I don't want to pretend that I know what he's thinking. Joseph said, Minneapolis resident here. There's a tribute video of Alex's body in the hospital. You might want to play. Thanks to both of you. Joseph, will you send that to me and I can add it tomorrow? Sean, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Amy Lynn said, if you get a chance at home, the video from the car that is parked facing them during they empty his pockets after he's dead. Jesus. Send that to me, Amy. I haven't seen that either. Jamar said this
it's the video they're talking about, asking about where the gun is.
Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. I've seen that one. Jamar said this shit is so fucking ridiculous. Even if you want to say he touched the federal agent, he didn't deserve to die. Jeff said, congrats, Caroline Levitt, congrats on your pregnancy. The miracle of life is one of the most beautiful things humans will ever experience. I wish the absolute best for you and your child. I'm truly at peace knowing that your actions and words will forever be available to your child. Well done, Jeff. Well done. All right. Did I miss any, Jen?
Let me double check. I don't know. Off the top of my head. I don't think so.
Okay. CNN posted Bovino leaving Minnesota. Wait, hold on. Like they're running him out?
Have you seen those pictures of Bovino's?
Yeah, I know the story behind his coat. It is like a standard issue that they've had since like the 30s. I don't think for 1 second that he didn't wear it on purpose, but it's not worth covering, I don't think.
Yeah.
I can't find the thing about him leaving, but this is an incredible edit. Greg Bovino on CNN this morning. This is my favorite. I love that. Yeah, that's the new ballroom. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow morning, same time, same place, 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, wherever you watch today. In the meantime, tonight we have a members-only event. If you are a paid member either on TikTok, YouTube, or Twitch, we're going to start the series Hitler and the Nazis. We'll watch 2 episodes tonight. So for 2 hours, that's going to be at 5 Pacific Standard Time. If you're not already a paid member, make sure you join. You'll have to link your Discord to your membership. If you need help with that, the mods can help. If you want a free membership and you have Amazon Prime, you can go over to Twitch. You can use that free or your Amazon Prime membership to gift subscribe to the channel, and you don't have to pay for that. Jeff Bezos does, so check it out there. You can also, like I said, do that on TikTok or YouTube. Paid members is amazing for us. It gives us at least an idea of our budget every month, what we need to do to make sure that we hit our funding goals. Trying to get an editor. We're trying to afford an editor and do a couple more things, make this look a little better. Hopefully travel in the next year and get out and do some more stuff. So anything you guys can do to help us as we grow, we appreciate it. We're approaching 25,000 subscribers. I think we just hit 15 million watch hours this month. And at the start of this month, it was 13 million. And so we've added 2 million total watch hours since the beginning of this month. So I appreciate all you guys' support and help. Jen, great job. Mods, great job. Everybody else, we'll see you. If we don't see you tonight, we'll see you tomorrow morning bright and early, 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, right here where you're watching. Take care of yourselves. Stay warm, stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.